Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator, actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. This is good. I've been looking for a thrill like this. Mian boldly licked up the sweat trailing down her nose and smiled. She used hand signs to signal her friends to wait and calculated her timing. The watch's lights were restless. They wandered back and forth, glancing everywhere in fidgety motions. Their fear left them needing to light up every shadow, so that anxiety created plenty of openings. Now! Quick and nimble like a cat, Mian dashed across the sidewalk and ducked into the row of cars. It went so quickly and easily that all her prior attention seemed misplaced. Keiichi and the others heaved a heavy sigh of relief as they watched from the shadows. Keiichi, the second one up, was about to follow after her, but Mian gave them the sign to hold. It looked like she wanted to carefully cross the river of cars and check out the sidewalk on the opposite bank. Shoot. That's bad. When she had scouted it from the roof right before commencing the operation, there wasn't anyone over there, but at some point 3 men from the watch had taken up posts on the opposite shore. They were headed right towards her. She wasn't exposed just yet. They were just walking around, shining lights randomly at the cars. Mian calmly found a truck with a high frame and slid underneath it. It's okay. They haven't spotted us. If they had noticed us, they would be walking. Would they be walking so carelessly? Even if she was 99% certain she was safe, she could feel herself sweating. Pathetic, Sonozaki Mian. To think I'd be sweating this badly over a little hide and seek. Make sure you don't overlook any infected. All their brains are damaged. Plus, they'll try to bite us and spread the virus further. You're the ones with damaged brains, though. Mian smirked. Still, once their feet stopped in front of the truck she hid under, her smile froze. Did they find her? We're done for. Calm down. They're not acting like they have. They're getting in. The men from the watch climbed up into the bed of the truck Mian had in under. Apparently there were folding chairs or something inside the truck bed. The men that sat down on them, which meant the men had taken position directly above Mian. She was practically a bug pinned in place. Hey, seriously. Sweat dripped from Mian's forehead. Keiichi and the others understood the situation just as well. Mion couldn't move at all. There was no guarantee they wouldn't hear anything when she crawled out from under the truck. Not only that, but Mion couldn't see what was going on above her at all. Even if she were to slip out without making a sound, there was no guarantee they wouldn't happen to look around and catch sight of her. Mion couldn't move from there until they left the post. It's not like I know what to do. Is it finally time for our secret weapon? Only as a last resort. We could save Mion, but that would only cause way too much noise. Still, get it ready. Satoko nodded, set her remote-controlled car on the sidewalk, and fastened the empty can to it. Once we let it loose, it was sure to draw their attention. Either way, the operations failed. We need to create an opening for Mion to make her escape. It'll be better to try again later. I agree. We just had bad timing. Let's try again. The club members knew exactly when to pull out thanks to our many dangerous club activities. Naturally, Mion was thinking the same thing. Keiichi and the others would probably create a chance for her to escape. She'd have to slip out in that moment. Still, they had to wait for a time. There was still a chance the men in the bed above her would stand up and go off somewhere else. Even if they managed to retreat, causing an uproar now would make it even more difficult to cross the river a second time. Even though Mion practically had a pin pushed through her heart, we had to stay calm and wait for our chance at victory. We should get Un-chan back to safety first. She wasn't used to being barefoot. She might have trouble running full tilt if it came down to it. Keiichi-kun, take Un-chan and secure our retreat. Satoko-chan, watch my back. Leave it to me. Keiichi-san, you've got a great responsibility. I know. I'll leave this to you two. Let's go, Un-chan. Yes. Keiichi took Un and left for the time being. He thought he'd face death in Hinamizawa, but Hinamizawa was full of nothing but old people. Plus, they had a home ground advantage there. But they were playing an away game under different rules in Okinomiya. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have played around here more. Ha ha ha. Un was panting. No one could blame her. Things were so tense. Her breathing was ragged from both exhaustion and fear. Let's rest a moment and catch our breath. Thank you. While Un calmed her breathing, Keiichi sharpened his sense and searched for anyone nearby. He sensed one. Not good. Someone's coming. Huh? I hear several footsteps. It's the watch. There was hardly anywhere to hide. If they screwed up and got caught, then their escape route would be cut off. They couldn't take any risks. There were no other streets. They had to turn back and pray the men went somewhere else. But the main street was the primary artery for their watch circuit. There was a high probability they would head directly toward Rena and the others. Let's head back. We can't run into them here. But we're going back again? Attacking us from both sides. That might happen. Anyway, let's head back. Keiichi's prediction was spot on. They didn't go down any other street and headed straight for the main road. There were 4 young men about college age carrying metal bats. At this rate, they'd attack Rena and the others from the rear. We're pincered in. That's bad. Well, isn't this interesting? I hardly thought I'd get to feel as much suspense as I do during the club activities. There's no way back. So then what do we do? Yet you don't mean... do you? If we can't go back, then we have to go forward. We'll have to use our remote control trap to draw the enemy's attention, then seize that chance to advance. It was a dangerous strategy. We'd probably be able to get out of this pinch. But once they start shouting, the rest of the watch will all wake up at once. If we get unlucky enough to run into them on our way forward, then we'll be trapped like rats. If it's just 2 or 3 people, then we can handle them somehow with our club members' full might. But if the uproar brings a huge crowd chasing after us, then we'll just be kids unable to fight back. Still, even with a few misfortunes thrown our way, this wasn't a game with no chance of victory. Satoko-chan? Ready your trap. Ready whenever you are. Sidewalk's clear. We can cross now. Go. Satoko-chan, do it. Leave it to me. Let's go, Un-chan. Run. It's not like I can't run. We all crossed at once and ducked into the row of cars, but there was no way to prevent the men in the truck from noticing our dash. The moment they looked over to see what it was, Satoko's remote control trap activated. The car dragged the empty can fast into it, making a loud metal noise that raced down the sidewalk. What was that sound? They're running. After them. It has to be the infected. Their paranoia and fear turned into violent aggression and anger. The man in the truck leapt onto the car's roof, and the car's hood chasing after the loud remote control car. The silence of night was shattered, with angry cries and whistles blasting from here and there. The city's madness was awakened, but Mion was released from her prison under the truck. What are you doing? It's still too early for that. We were pincered. We had to set it off. Un-san, time to show us what you're made of. Ha. We can't go back. There's more coming that way. One after another, rioters with bloodshot eyes dashed out of the alley everyone had just been hiding in. There must have been a building or something housing them all nearby. The option of turning back or returning to safety was cut off. We had to move forward. If we have to go forward, then forward we go. There's not much distance left. I just pray the Sonozaki group hasn't forgotten what you look like. Haha, Keiichi, you sure say some funny things. Don't let your guard down. We can't relax until we've made it inside the Sonozaki's group's office. Agreed. There's still a chance Shion might say, "Who the heck are you?" Bleh. 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 True. More importantly, Mion, don't forget your promise to belly dance for us. You said you would when Un-chan lowered that ladder. Did I say that? Un-chan, hang in there. Just a little further. It's right around that corner. Huh? I think Mion completely let her guard down. All we had left was to cut the tape at the finish line around after our final spurt. I'm sure that's what she thought, but the finish line wasn't something we could cut through. Huh? Well, what's going on? What is this? The street was sealed off with barbed-wired mesh. Either the Sonozaki group did to secure their safety in the front of their office, or the rioters did it to keep the infected from coming through, but we didn't know which. Regardless, the reality was the street was blocked off, with the office right in front of us. If we had known about this barricade ahead of time, our strategy would have been greatly different. We could only call it bad luck. It was in a perfect blind spot from the angle Mion had when scouting it out with the opera glasses, and that slight blind spot unfortunately brought a second misfortune with this barricade. It wasn't impossible to climb over if you were prepared to hurt yourself on the barbed wire, but we couldn't force that on Un, who didn't have the resolve of us club members. Alternate routes? There's one. If we swing around from the alley across. That was when bright beams of light shone upon us all. Who are you all? There, it's the infected. Our blood froze. We were finished. Un couldn't bear the fear any longer and let out a piercing scream. We were out of options. Our opponents had us beaten in build, ferocity, and numbers as well. The riders gathered together, one after another, surrounding us and trapping us in the barricaded alley. That was when several dry shots rang out. I wonder if Shion's up there with a rifle. Mion quickly shouted, "Down!" and pushed our heads to the ground. The riders, who didn't recognize the sound of gunshots, stood there bewildered. Gentlemen, that's enough. Unlawfully lynching is unacceptable, no matter the circumstance. It was the sound of Tomotaki firing into the air with a submachine gun he took out of the Erie Institution's security room. Maybe the rioters thought it was just a model gun or something, but they showed no fear and only glared at Tomotaki for interrupting their hunt. With Okonomiya's medical facilities paralyzed right now, even a shot to the leg could prove fatal. Tomotaki didn't want to shoot, but he gulped as the rioters proved unfazed. It's kind of like that thing, like, at the end of the day, it's better to not shoot people, but if you're surrounded by a group of people that are going to like lynch you, that's what the purpose of a gun is. Heck, a gun is a good equalizer. You could have an elderly man who's crippled in a wheelchair able to defend himself from 5 athletic men with baseball bats if he just has a gun. Same regard, like if they're, granted you shouldn't run people over with a car, but if like a freeway's ever blocked off or anything, you should never, unless you have a gun, you should never ever stop. And if need be, you may have to run people over. Because usually what happens is if there's rioting and there's a group of people and your car stops and gets surrounded, that's it. You're dead. Because there are several times, especially back in the 90s, that people would stop and like, oh, there's a group of people, you don't want to run them over. But then, they pull you from your car and they murder you and beat you to death. So, in that situation, not, being willing to use lethal force, again, always a last resort. But I'm just saying, I don't know, having a group of psychotic people surround your car and drag you from it and beat you to death is not a good thing. At the end of the day is this. I'd advise that it's best to be non-violent. But while you should never provoke anything and you should always try to de-escalate, at the end of the day, there is nothing wrong in defending yourself or defending of others. It should always be a last resort. But at the end of the day, if you have to use lethal force to save your own life or to save others' lives, then there is nothing wrong with that. I don't want to shoot you all. Leave this to me. Hanyu. Comrades of mine, calm your spirits. I just realized Hanyu is basically the personification of the Hinamizawa Ant Queen inside Rika's brain. Or intestines. I am Oyoshira-sama, your leader. Hanyu's stern words rang out solely for inhuman ears. The riders stopped and stood still, their mouths wide open. Eventually they sat down directly on the ground and waited absent-mindedly. Even if Takano had modified them to be more ferocious, they were still Hanyu's brethren. They couldn't escape the power of her words. The eyes of Mion and the others went wide with shock, but they realized this was their narrow chance to get out alive. Everyone, go now. Well, what's this? What's going on? It's Oyoshiro power! Nippa! I mean, technically, it is. My ear was itchy. Thank you for rescuing us, Rika-chan. Tomatake-san. We heard the commotion. We made the right choice rushing over. What were you all doing over here? The office of the Sonozaki group is just beyond here. We weren't aware of the barricade, and got cornered like rats. Hi, Shion! How did you get past the barricade? It's like, oh, the secret entrance. Pathetic. You cut it that close with my sis on your side? Shion! With my sis on your side? Shion! Shion, Kasai, and a few other men in black outfits approached from behind the barricade. Every one of them carried a gun, but none of them had the ferocious expressions of the rioters. Seems the Sonozaki group had retained their sanity and focused on holding up inside. Please give us a break, will you? We don't want to get involved with those crazies. We're sorry for causing such a stir. If you're safe, Shion, then we have nothing to fear anymore. That's right. I'm more reliable than Tina, my sister, all by myself. Kasai, open it for them. Come in, everyone. Kasai unlocked the padlock on the chains, securing the barricade's doors shut. Still, what on earth is going on? What happened to them? What on earth? So I assume Tomataki will. You don't need to worry about them. If you leave them alone, they'll eventually wander off. Now, why don't we just appreciate this chance granted to us through Oyashiro-sama's miracles? Ha ha ha. Come on, Un-chan, you're safe now. There's nothing to worry about now that we have Shion-san with us too. That's right. Satoko understands at least. By the way, who's this girl? Hello there. She's Un-chan. She saved our lives. What's the matter, Han Yu? You are. We all slipped through the barricade and were welcomed to the Sonozaki Group's office, yet that sight was being observed from far away through binoculars. I assume by Takano. Hi, Takano. Hee. I found you. That's the girl. Okay, so Un is the one she's looking for. The Sonozaki Group's office had been turned into a shelter for the local residents. We can see the townsfolk lying down here and there, huddled under blankets. You could say that the Sonozaki Group is this region, after all. Under my mom's orders, we've been taking in people with nowhere else to go since the chaos started. What do you mean, people with nowhere to go? She means people just like Un-chan. Those that came here for work or visited for pleasure. There are a lot of people from outside Okonomiya that got caught up in this mess. The Watch went after those with nowhere else to go first. We could have fought against them, but Akane-san ordered us to avoid that. So after securing as many people as they could, they built up their surroundings to those barricades to limit the contact with the Watch and prevent any further trouble. To the Watch, all outsiders were the infected. If they knew so many outsiders were being sheltered here, they would be big trouble. Is this place safe? I can guarantee it's the safest place in Okonomiya. The community center was the main shelter at first, but that place has collapsed. So this is what's left. Collapsed. You know what they say about too many cooks. What started as just fighting over leadership led to murder. It's terrifying. I see. The leadership here is solid, so you've managed to establish order and keep people from handing their hearts over to the demons. Impressive. So are the police and such still operating then? They're scattered across the city, responding to riots, and there are lies going around that they're harboring infected. This situation's beyond anything the police were prepared for. There's no way they could handle it. Tomataki, are you going to explain? That said, you were brave out there, Tomataki. Where did you get such a wonderful gun? Huh. Well, I just happened to pick it up. Ha ha ha. You know, that's not one amateurs could handle. You're a man of many mysteries. Rika? Rika! What's the matter, huh? Rika-chan's not here. Un-chan's gone too. I thought I saw those two talking over there just a moment ago. What do you mean, Hanyu? What's your issue with this girl? Quiet. I'm speaking to her right now. What are you saying? Who on earth is this Un girl? The sound of a tuning fork echoed in Rika's head. The tone gradually changed, almost like it was being well-tuned. Rika understood this was a conversation between inhuman beings. It was like they were using a radio. They were searching for the right wavelength to allow mutual conversation, which meant this Un girl had to be. This is Hanyu, leader of the Horned People. Who are you? That was when both tones began to resonate. I want a new one. A bright light enveloped everything. The moment that light cleared away, Rika, Hanyu, and Un were floating in the world of inhuman beings. The eyes of the young girl named Un occasionally took on the same light that dwelled within Hanyu's. You're not going to give me a new sprite? I don't want it to be the person whose name I can't pronounce, but can we have a different character added in? I was certain this girl was someone like me and Hanyu. Some inhuman being. Hanyu stared long into Un's eyes, waiting for her response. I am Un. I am afraid. There's nothing to fear. There's nothing to fear. We have no intention of fighting anyone. What people do you come from? What followed in response wasn't words, but something conducted through telepathy. Various images were practically forced into Rika's head, like she was being compelled to daydream. The ocean of stars and space, her blue earth shining in the distance. Apparently Un was something that had only recently arrived on Earth. She had finally arrived at this land after a long journey, just as Hanyu's people had. So that's the case. After your long journey, you finally... I was frozen in that pitch-black ocean, and I finally reached this land. Yet, Rika finally realized it. She was terrified. She had finally arrived here, and now she was anxious as to whether she could live safely or not. It wasn't reasonable from her perspective as an inhuman being. It was far too dangerous in Okonomi with the current uproar. The people turned ferocious and were killing each other in a sight out of hell. It was far too sad for her to receive such a welcome after finally reaching this land, after a long frozen journey through space. Hanyu then followed up by sending Un images of what she knew. For a while, Rika's head was flooded with both their passing images, her mind like a television screen flickering between channels. Then they finally understood each other's upbringing, circumstances, and present situation. Rika was able to convert those concepts into human words, and understand it vaguely. First off, she understood that Un was the same as Hanyu and Tamara, an inhuman being. She was one of the inhuman people from space who lived with humans just as humans lived on Earth. She reached this planet just the other day. However, that was according to said inhuman being's perception of time, so it might have been several years. Her body had finally acclimated to Earth, and she had just regained self-awareness. She was more of a seed as she drifted through space, and only regained her self-awareness after taking root here on Earth and finally budding. Rika also understood the special nature of Un's people. The special nature of Hanyu's horn people drove people to paranoia when they grew unstable and caused their hearts to become possessed by those demons. That was a disadvantage for them when trying to coexist with humanity, and it was a problem both for Hanyu, Tamara, and the Horned people recognized. The problem is also the aspect that Takano showed interest in. In Un's case, her people carried no such disadvantage. They were much better adapted to coexisting with humanity than Hanyu's people were. So unlike you, they're the type that Tamara would have welcomed. There's no way Tamara would welcome any new arrivals. To her, both Un and I are equally terrifying invaders. Un's people possess strength, nearly equal to Hanyu's. Strength? The image that's pouring into my head is the strength of a plant's roots. Fragile flowers that bloom beautifully in a flower garden. Will sometimes be overtaken by wildflowers with powerful roots. It's the same strength. In Hanyu's world, their people were better describe the concept of plants and animals. Yes, even in the world of plants, there was survival of the fittest. Hanyu and Un had a very strong power to survive. Their peoples were hardy species with strong roots. So what about Tamara's people? The ones that view you as an enemy. Her people are much weaker than mine. However, that's no one's fault, nor is it fate. It's just the special nature we were both born with. To these inhuman beings, the earth was a big flower bed. They were all trying to sow their seeds and allow their species to flourish. In the past, Tamara's people were the only flowers blooming in the flower bed of Earth. Then Hanyu's species showed up, and with their strong reproductive ability, they quickly dried up Tamara's people and increased their population. So, of course, from Tamra, they were invaders. On top of that, high new species posed the risk of destroying the flower bed if they grew unstable. Nothing could survive if the flower bed was destroyed. So that's why Hanyu's people agreed to confine themselves to Hinamizawa, the flower bed best suited for them, until they were able to gain the power to coexist with their flower bed. Yet now, this Un, a species with the same amount of strength, has once again entered the flower bed. Fortunately, Un's people will not harm the flower bed. However, they possess the strength to easily wipe out Tamra's people. We have no such intentions. We just want a little bit of land for ourselves. I understand how you feel. I support you in this as well, as one who has also crossed the ocean of stars. In that case, she's just arrived at the worst possible time. It's hard to imagine Tamra welcoming another species. With Hanyu's people running rampant like they are now. I am scared. We simply want to bloom quietly in peace. Is there no land beyond Tamra's reach? Nearly all the land in Japan belongs to Tamra's people. Even if she were to leave Japan, there are other peoples living in those lands too, so the earth is like a full apartment complex with no vacancies. But I believe are claiming too much. We must respect those who lived here before us, but they should share the land. Tamra's a bully for monopolizing it. Ow. Why don't you just go all Sengoku era and compete for the land? Survival of the fittest is the law of nature, right? Because that would lead to something terrible. Our flower bed and this very planet would meet their end. Ow. Now that you mention, you and Un are about equally strong, right? What would happen if you fought? I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight either, and there's no point in fighting her anyway, because our strength is equal. Meaning what? In our case, the flower bed would go to the fastest one. Ow. I don't want to fight. So you're saying that the people in Hinamizawa can't be infected by Un, right? That's right. And likewise the humans of Un's parasite can't come down with Hinamizawa syndrome? That would be correct. I think I might have figured out how to identify aliens. Anyway, something's nagging it at me. This means Hanyu? What were we doing again? Ow? Did you hit your head on tofu or something? We can't allow Takano to run wild, right? She's trying to spread N173 throughout the world, so our goal is to stop that, right? Yes, it is. But what about it? You're an idiot, a huge idiot. I can't believe it. It's two birds with one stone. I don't really understand you. We just need to forget about Tamara and help this girl live freely on our planet. I mean, the humans possessed by Tamara's people can be taken over by Un, right? And the people Un's taken over can't be taken over by your people. The pair of stupid aliens both tilted their heads in confusion. It makes sense. Now all the pieces are in place. I know the identity of Takano's devil. This is all we have to do. So we just need to get Un into the people of Japan faster than Takano. How? Once we do that, no one will become infected, even if Takano spreads in 173 everywhere. Well, I would feel kind of bad about clearing Tamara's people out, so why don't we just stick it to the prefecture so we can block Takano in? There's 47 different prefectures, so Tomohimo can spare at least one. Once we've surrounded Takano with Un, she won't be able to spread the infection any further. We'll see off the spread and be able to prevent further damage. Now I get it, that development would prove fatal from Takano's perspective. Un has to be the true identity of the devil she spoke to Tomotaki about. That's the only thing that makes sense. Are evenly matched. They can't beat each other. If we infect people with Un before they get N173, then we'll ruin all of Takano's plans. So there you have it. Oh, that's an incredible idea, Rika. I kind of understand maybe. This is an incredibly good idea. Un will get to live on our planet, and we'll be able to prevent any more tragedy. Plus, we'll drive Tamara out of this prefecture. So it's two birds with one stone. If Un occupies the entire prefecture, then Tamara's people will be driven out of here. That would mean we'd never see unless we left the prefecture, and we wouldn't have to listen to her complaints. For the first time in 1,000 years, we could strike a blow against the god who claimed all of Japan for herself and nagged us any time we set even a foot upon her land. Are you teabagging the air, Hanyu? Lolly Teabags! Brought to you by Lunar D8. Hanyu was dancing with joy. She must be thoroughly at odds with Tamara. Well, with such an arrogant attitude and condescending posturing, even Rika wanted to strike her after only meeting her once. What should I do? There's nothing we can do about Okonomiya. After all, the city's already infected in 173, so you can't infect the people here, right? That's right. In that case, what should we do? Well, according to Tomotaki, all means of transit out of the city had been cut off to prevent the spread of infection. In other words, we couldn't get Un out of N173's infected region. We would have to escape the city before Takano does, and spread Un's people. We should probably talk to Tomotaki and gain his support. Since Tomotaki knows about the parasitic neurovirus, he should understand our situation too, even if he does reject the idea of spreading Un. The information could lead to discovery of a new treatment or even a vaccine. Rika called Tomotaki over and explained the situation. Of course, gaining his understanding took until dawn. Even so, he ultimately understood. Interesting. Alright. We'll have to leave the decision up to Tokyo, but her existence it's a huge deal. If Un-chan's willing to cooperate, then we can prepare comfortable accommodations for her as well. I wouldn't be opposed to being comfortable. Tomataki's an understanding man. I'm sure he'll treat you well, Un. I'm happy. The end of this tragedy is finally in our sights. Well, we can't claim that until we get Un outside the city. But it's at least one problem solved, I suppose. The Sonozaki Group office was the safest and most tightly guarded place in Okonomiya. It had food, resources, weapons, everything. They had Tomataki's understanding and cooperation. They had Un's cooperation as well. In terms of chess, they were now a few moves away from checkmate. It was the perfect time for their opponent to give up. Unless the Joker Takano caused some kind of uproar. Plus, there's that obnoxious Tamura. She's not likely to welcome what we're trying to do now. Otherwise, I heard the ringing of a tuning fork, and bright white light enveloped both Rika and Hanyu. She's here. Person name that can't be pronounced. Speak of the devil. How dare you, leader of the Horned People? Truly you have been plotting to taint our land with your filthy shoes. We will welcome our new friend Un, yet that does not mean we will steal all of your land. Be quiet, tainted one. Know that we shall not permit your conspiracy to corrupt our land. Listen, there's this villain Takano, and she's plotting to spread what you call the Horned People to all of Japan, no, the entire world. If she does, then your people will be exterminated. Getting angry at us isn't going to prevent that from happening. If you're willing to cede a bit of land to Un, then Un's people can live on this planet and you won't lose any more land. Yeah, you're like going to lose 1 out of 47? Hanyu won't have to see your face ever again either, and this can be settled quietly between you three. Be quiet, child of man. Know that you are not permitted to use your tainted words. Ow, stop using that headache power. She has always been stubborn and refuses to listen. Nothing you say will ever get through to her. You are the one who never listens. You tainted people, you horned people. My anger has not abated even after 1,000 years. I can say the same to you. I haven't lost any of my anger either, for all of your harassment. I didn't know what kind of history those two shared, but if they held onto their grudges for a millennium, then the cause of their antagonism ran deep. Apparently their history really isn't something humans, who only live for around a century, could moderate. Well then, that's just how gods are. Humans worship them all on their own, and yet the gods themselves are more human than humans. There are plenty of myths in every country about gods arguing and fighting with each other. I don't care about the fight between you two. Yeah, agreed, I can't pronounce her name. If you don't want to listen, that's fine. But this is the only way to stop the tragedy happening in the human world. You wouldn't understand anything I said anyway, foolish priestess of the Horned People. Know that I have no intentions of exchanging words with a tainted priestess either. You're a god, okay, but you really tick me off. Maybe we shouldn't stop at one prefecture and just take Toyama and Gifu while we're at it too. Here's a question though. The time looping that Hanyu does. That's a supernatural thing. I know we're branching out in the story. Heck, there's the other part of the story where Satoko becomes a witch and a tall, busty goddess person is, I don't know, fucking with the timeline, and then Frederica Birkenstell, the higher dimensional being created by Rika's time looping, gives her a sword. And then Rika and Satoko have Kamehameha battles, like Vegeta and Goku. I will not allow it. Know that I shall not allow you to corrupt the land of my people once more. There was a sound of glass shattering. followed by an angry bellowing roar. What happened? Considering the time, it was obvious Tamara had done something. Are you controlling the uninfected to make them violent? Yet, was an inhuman being like Hanyu. She shouldn't be able to interfere with the world man directly. Hello? Takano-san. You just broke in through the... Hello, Jiro-san. I had faith you and I would meet again. Hee hee. Takano-san had broken through the window and flew into the... Okay, by flew, did she, like, do, like, a ninja flip? Like, I'm just imagining, like, you know that VTuber Fillion doing a backflip? Just imagining that. The whole spectacle was flashy as a scene from a movie, and the men were all taken aback. Of course, even Tomotaki couldn't avoid being dumbstruck. She was always unpredictable, but that was only in personality. That is also your girlfriend, though, right, Tomotaki? She never had the physical ability to accomplish something like that. So, by flew, do we mean ninja flips, or did she actually fucking fly? The men of the Sonozaki group understood she was hostile from the aggressive smile on her face. Yet unlike rioters, they were unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Takano was different. She understood exactly what she needed to be doing. Tomotaki soon understood too. Her target was Un. If we spread Un's infection throughout Japan first, then N173 will become useless. There won't be anything Takano can do then, but since she knew that from the start, she's targeting Un. Trying to uncover where she was hiding out in Okonomi was inefficient, but once the Sonozaki group started sheltering people, Takano realized something. She just had to wait here and Un would come to her. I only have business with that girl Un. Could you bring her out for me by chance? I don't know what you're talking about. You don't need to play dumb. I've been watching you this whole time after all, hee hee. I won't let you. We're going to contact Tokyo. Pardon me for interrupting. Okay, I have a question though. Like there's... Like I'm poking holes in the story. One, if Hanyu can do the time looping thing, then can Un and Tamara and the other 1,000 brain ant parasites do that too? Like, because in the original version of the story, you know, the Hinamizawa syndrome thing was a separate thing from the supernatural alien god being that was Hanyu. So would this mean that, like, the other thousands of ghost people brain ants can also time loop parallel dimensions? 2, okay. Tamara, there, I said your name. You're upset at Hanyu for her people spreading. But it's directly Takano that's doing that, and you're the one who instigated Takano to go forward with the world domination plan. Does anyone else see the issue I'm having with this? Welcome to the Sonozaki Group's office, Mio-san. My, quite the procession. Shion appeared with an array of tough men in tow, and went without explanation that Takano was an uninvited guest. You're a tough woman, but I think you've gone too far now. I think you're about to understand just how strong I am. Do you have super strength now? At what point did we become the X-Men? Takano grabbed one head in both, her right and left hand slamming them against opposite walls. Where did such monster strength come from in that slender frame? No. Even someone huge couldn't have produced such strength. The physics of it were all wrong. Even if her slender frame did house monster strength, She couldn't have picked those big up men and thrown them so easily with that particular stance. Shion, Kasai, and the other men watched in shock, and all they could do was stare at Takano's otherworldly power. Shion-chan, if you don't pay attention, then your head will get splattered everywhere. Hi? Shion's dumbstruck eyes met Takano's, and for once she cringed with fear. I couldn't blame her. When a human witnesses something beyond their understanding, they're completely unable to act until they can explain it. Takano's arms looked like huge bear paws to her, and before she could blink, those arms were swinging ferociously towards Shion. Look out! As Kasai shoved Shion out of the way, he grabbed Takano's swinging arm and used her own force to capture her arm behind her and shove her body onto the floor. My. What a frightening person. Where on earth did you obtain such strength? And then she, Mio punches through the ground and does a flip like she's fucking Yujiro Hanma. Kasai, way to go. Why, martial arts are good to learn. He got a good lock on her joints and pressed her into the ground. No matter how much strength she had, she shouldn't be able to struggle any longer, unless, plot device. Takano wriggled in an effort to escape, but she just looked like a pathetic bug pinned on its back. Are those other people dead? You should cease your futile resistance. For a moment, I imagined like the Borg, and then I got distracted by imagining Shion naked. So, for a moment, I went in the direction of thinking about nerdy stuff, but then I went immediately just looking at titties. Kasai is a scary man, so if you struggle too much, he might break your arm. I won't do it unless it's necessary. But I'm no gentleman, so forgive me if it comes to that. My, oh no, I really can't move. Hee. With her joints locked so securely, it should hurt enough for her face to twist in pain, yet Takano remained collected and seemed amused at him in her inability to move. And is this the full extent of the power you're granting me? Okay, obviously you're having your pain sensors cut off, so that's... It's not, is it? He? Again! Tamara, how does this make sense? You're upset at the horn people getting spread, but you're the one who instigated Takano to go with the world domination plan. How does that make any sense? Takano used her other arm and turned into Yujiro. And with just that single arm lifted both herself and her grappler Kasai. It was like we were watching some kind of circus performance. No, Takano's irregular monster strength allowed her, with just one arm, to lift both herself and Kasai into the air. Even Kasai couldn't avoid being shocked. This is like fucking Resident Evil. And the next moment he lost his hold on her, and she spun Kasai like a blender, throwing him against the wall. You're having too much fun. Shion got behind Takano, and pale blue sparks could be seen. She had driven her trump card, her stun gun, into Takano's body. No matter how strong you are, nobody can withstand electric. And remember, Shion's stun gun is illegally modified into a lethal weapon if turned to the highest setting. And keep in mind, it wasn't even at the highest setting when it killed her grandma in the alternate timeline. So, yeah, Takano just calmly turned around. I'm immune to electricity. My. What is that? That's impossible. To think a mere child used such a thing to the priestess of a god. What a bad girl. Takano's hand seized hold of Shion's face. Shion groaned and fought back, and we heard the skull grating, her resistance like a baby's against Takano's vice-like strength. Hee. This is your punishment, okay? The next moment, Shion's body was splayed out against the wall. For Shion was no different to her body being slammed into the ground. It felt like just she had been thrown off the second story and slammed onto the hard concrete ground. Then her body slid down and crumpled into the floor with a groan. Yet Takano was about to walk to Shion again, looking for something else from her. "Stop this now, Takano-san. I don't want to shoot you." "Oh my, Jiro-san. That's a very interesting idea. I'm very curious to find out if a human weapon can injure me now. Takano gazed at Tomataki's submachine gun with amusement. It didn't seem to be the uniquely Japanese scorn of assuming it was just a model gun either. She was truly smiling, keenly curious as to what it would happen if she were shot by it. Tomataki failed to understand that too. Right now Takano had been gifted with some form of supernatural power. "You made Takano your priestess? How could you be such a fool?" "Be quiet now. I shall not listen to you. I shall punish all the people who dare taint our sacred land. Know that your hindrance is useless." But again, this makes no sense from any standpoint. Not only from Takano as a person, but also, like, with what she's doing. Prepare yourself. Are you just dumb, Tamura? I haven't done anything. Insolence. Know that all your corruption lies bare before my eyes. It was never my intention to... She said the same thing when I arrived here, and tormented me badly. She's just a bully. I had no grudge against you, but I personally dislike your priestess. So sorry, but if you're choosing right, then we're choosing left. Priestess of mine, the devil Un stands here. Now is the moment to slay her. So, that's where you are, Un-chan. Takano looked at the wall. She could see Un's figure through it. Un also noticed she was being stared at and shuddered. Run. We can't stop her. Once Takano checked her right fist, she slowly pressed it into the wall. Then cracks began to spread through the wall, radiating slowly out from her fists. Well, what's happening? Tomataki-san said run, so run. Un-chan, hurry, this way. Run. The cracks in the wall spread even deeper before our eyes, and they could hear the ground quaking. There was no room left for doubts. Takano was planning to smash right through the wall. Why does Tamura's priestess have such incredible power when your priestess gets nothing? Rika, don't say that. If you say that, it's over. Ow. Rika-chan, what are you doing? Run! Such a simple wall couldn't stop Takano. No, the priestess She smashed through the wall as the priestess of Yujiro, crushing a sandcastle. I found you, Un-chan, hee. Un-chan? Un slipped and fell, failing to escape. Okay, maybe that's like each of these air quotes gods has their own power. Hanyu can fucking do parallel dimensions because apparently she has like quantum mechanics. And I guess Tamura can bless one person, one individual with extreme strength. Maybe Un has something else. Then again, there's also, like in the original timeline, there's like Frederica Berncasel's The Witch of Miracles, and then you have the other one, who is the Witch of Certainty. And then, of course, there's the other god deity that's also purple hair that looks like an adult Hanyu that's a complete fucking bitch. But that's the one where, like, Satoko becomes evil. Takano wasn't foolish enough to let that chance slip by. She strode right in and seized Un by her collar. Now I've got you. Was Satoko pretending to be Un-chan, or what? How would you even do that? Sorry, it was the pretty, misfortunate girl, Satoko-chan. Did you think it was Un-san? Too bad for you. While she had kept her composure with a gun pointed at her, Takano's mind went blank for a moment after that. After Rika shared Un's secret with them, they prepared the ultimate trap to protect her. They had Satoko, who was close to her height, change into her clothes and take her place. Of course, the slip and fall was all a calculated move to draw Takano's eyes toward her. The shock of seeing her otherworldly powers smashed through the wall wasn't enough to overcome the thrill of trying to catch her in a trap. This is Satoko! Oh, here's a present for our fool. Satoko took advantage of Takano's stupor to place something onto her head. It was a pair of white, fluffy bunny ears. Now, Hanyu. Here I go. Flesh. Huh? What's this? But bunny ears? Oh! Huh? Hanyu had used her inhuman powers to interfere with Tamura's own power for a moment, creating a break in the protection Takano received as her priestess. Of course, since Tamura was very powerful due to ruling over vast regions of land, Hanyu could only break her power for a moment. However, that moment was plenty. Taking you home! Okay, we can't show the hardcore lesbian sex. Rena's heavy blow was concentrated on Takano's face, and Keiichi swept her feet in the opposite direction. Takano's body spun in the air, and then slammed face down in the mountain of rubble she created herself. If she had Tamura's protection, then Rena's attack would have been little more than toying with a house cat. But in that moment, she had reverted to ordinary Takano, which meant that it was a finishing blow. Takano suffered a concussion and passed out. But what's going on? Is Rena-san really human? I'm surprised. After witnessing Takano's supernatural power just a moment ago, Shion and the others could replace their shock with strained smiles. Of course, because they just witnessed the club members instantly beat her in superhuman strength. Don't going saying I did nothing, okay? This was my strategy and I devised it, considering our situation and all our club members' abilities. Oh, sis, you're here. I didn't notice. I can't believe she took down that monstrous version of Takano so effortlessly. Un-san, there's nothing to fear anymore. You can come out now. It's not scary anymore? Un timidly emerged from shadows, where she hid wearing Satoko's clothes. Normally we wouldn't have been able to fool eyes with just a change of clothes. Takano was certainly able to see Un, even through a wall with her divine power. Yet when Takano broke through the wall and saw with her own eyes, her human perception took priority and she mistook Un for Satoko because of her clothes. That's why she fell for the club member's trap. My priestess, how could you? Takano's passed out. You can't lend her your power anymore. It's amusing that the Japanese word for passing out is written as losing God. Tamura may have been granting Takano powerful strength as a priestess, but she couldn't give her anything while she was unconscious. It's unfortunate for you. This wasn't our first or second time dealing with Takano. This happened because you underestimated the power of my priestess. Now, Mikoto, you shall be silent for a while. Hanyu Flash! Solar Flare! Wow! Made scissor symbols of both hands and placed them near her horns, causing a bright light to rush forth and banish the sight of. Apparently erasing the image didn't mean defeating her, though. I'm still grateful we wanted to see that annoying face for a while. Tamara let out a scream and pose like a defeated Sentai villain before disappearing. Now, let's get Takano-san all tied up while we can. She was incredibly strong, too. I'm surprised you guys aren't dead. We'll need to bind her with chains. Hey, Bible reference! Priestess defeated. Defeat a priestess and save another god. I felt sorry for her. Takano was just a frail woman without Tomura's power, but her bonds were ridiculously secure. Well, that settles that. Is everything settled for us? It is. That mean old nuisance Tomura is gone now. Tomotaki will take care of the rest. Isn't that right? Is that true, Mion-chan? Amazing, you have everything here. Well, there's nothing we Sonozakis can't get a hold of. What's going on? Apparently there's a powerful radio here. Sounds like Tomotaki-san can use it to make contact with the outside. It was a Sonozaki's illegally modified radio. According to Tomotaki, it could send signals out without being affected by the radio interference. I'll test it to see if I can contact Tokyo. Un-chan might be the savior we need after all. I'm sure this won't have any negative consequences at all. I'm sure everything will be fine. It'll be fine. Very fine. In order to use the neuroparasite as a weapon, it was essential to have a vaccine for it. So Strength Un's roots would prove a powerful vaccine against the infection and other viruses like it. Tokyo would definitely be interested in that. You're incredible, Tomotaki-san. You can do anything. Well, I just studied a bit as a hobby. That's the end of our grand adventure, I suppose. Or is it? I'm sure Un is just gonna work out just great. I hope so. I'm already exhausted. I can leave this town now. Yes, you can get out. Well, you'll probably be held prisoner for a while, though. But they can't do anything without your cooperation, so you'll be treated well, I think. Un, welcome to Earth. Let's both bloom together here on this planet. With Tamara, of course. I am so happy. Thank you, Hanyu. And everything worked out perfectly fine. Nothing bad ever happened. And everybody was completely worthy of trust. Everyone's like, you're just a bit jaded, Lunar. Stop being paranoid. Early the next morning, Un and the others were in the school courtyard designated over radio. Roughly 30 of the Sonozaki group's toughest men were surrounding them and glaring in all directions. A helicopter was approaching. Un was the only one being extracted. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun, 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 dun. Take care. We've paid you back for saving us now. I hope you managed to save everyone with your body's secret. Don't say it like that. Thank you for taking care of me. Un was forced to wear airtight clothes. All the JSDF men riding a helicopter were in them too. It's a slight shame how we're being left behind, though. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Until we understand the cause of this illness, we can't be allowed to leave. So even though everything's settled with Un-chan, we're still stuck in survival mode for now. Well, you'll be safe as long as you stay here. I think this strange illness will settle down over time. There's fewer of those crazy people already. Peace will soon return to the city. The riders who handed hearts over to the demons continued to kill each other without getting tired of it. But like as I said, eventually they'd kill themselves off and things would quiet down. From what Tomotaki heard over the radio, they were already preparing to send aid to Shishibone City, and food, water, and other necessities would be transported by air. Such an incredibly large uproar could be wrapped up that easily. But we had our light of hope. Un was the key. Thank you. Do your best out there. I'm happy to welcome you to this planet. I'm happy too. I'm super happy. Ominous laughter that has been out of character for the entire time we've known this character. Kufu. Un waved her hand from the helicopter flying away. The club members all waved innocently back at her. Only Rika absent-mindedly watched her go. She was pondering something she couldn't explain, and Un's smiled as she left. How does it feel from the other side, Rika? Like every time someone sees an awkward smile on you that shouldn't exist on someone such as yourself? Something that's out of character for everything that's been, the context leading up to that moment. Afterwards, she was transferred to Tokyo's facility, the National Institute of Infectious Diseases. With the disaster already reaching several 100,000 people, it was no longer possible to cover up the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome. The world was in uproar over this mysterious virus capable of making humans randomly go violent. Of course, the secret research institutions of the major nations knew about the neuroparasites were paying attention to the progress of the current neuroparasite biohazard. They dispatched many researchers to help, because there was no guarantee it would remain solely Japan's problem once it reached that point. Samples of Un's cerebros. Why am I pronouncing that so terrible? Cerebrospinal fluid were taken and transported to the most classified research labs of each nation. That's concerning. That's concerning. My seeds have reached every corner of this blue flower bed. Kufu, I'm happy. I'm super happy. I feel like if I had a soundboard right now, I'd have like the laughter of like Kefka from Final Fantasy VI. Foolish leader of the Horned People, tremble in fear at your sin unleashing that terrifyingly corrupt people upon our world. Again, if you weren't a bitch about it, Tamara. Tamara, if you weren't a bitch about this and explained it properly, we would have understood. You're the one who's like, no, I will not listen to you. You're all stupid. And then gave our enemy super strength. Literally, even if your whole point of, okay, you're speaking to Takano to use the Horned People to kill Un. Again, why not just say that from the start at that point? Again, still not the correct way to go about this. But at that point, you should be like, hey, Horned People leader. It's like, my name's Oyoshiro. Whatever, Hanyu. We have a new rival. they are planning to kill everyone. So, but again, the way you went about this is incredibly stupid. It's already too late. Your and Takano's evil plot is finished now. Ow. Makoto, if you have something you want to say, why not say it? Yeah. For someone who's been around for a long time, you suck at communicating. And coming from me, that's a pretty bad insult. Because I'm terrible at communication. What was it you were trying to achieve? Takano was your priestess, so Takano was following your orders and trying to accomplish some specific task. What was it? That's not even worth asking. She was bullying Un and trying to spread Hinamizawa syndrome everywhere to sow chaos. Ow. That doesn't make sense, though. Hanyu, the syndrome is a tainted people to her. Right? So why would Tamura have Takano spread them elsewhere? Ow? Toмотaki said that Takano was going to defeat a devil and in doing so, save humanity. Then she started spreading N173. She's both trying to save humanity and trying to destroy it. These goals contradict each other, but I didn't pay it any mind because I was sure it was just one of Takano's crazy delusions. But if it was at all as Tamura ordered, then none of it was meaningless. A mere child of man, Leyland priestess of the foolish horn people, wouldn't understand, even if I were to tell you. Again, if you weren't such a bitch, Tamura, you know. But no. You had to be a complete jerk about this. I mean, heck, if this was a concern about, like, Un being what they were, you literally should have just talked to Hanyu years ago. How foolish you are. Please don't look down on me. Unlike her, my head isn't filled with cream puffs. Rika, I don't understand what you're getting at all. Tamura loathes the Horn people, so why would she try to spread them outside Hinamizawa? It can't be. The Horn people and Un's people had equally strong roots. On top of that, Tamura called Un a devil. She told Takano that she would save humanity. You had Takano spread N173, so Un couldn't spread herself. Yes, after all, just as those infected by Un can't be infected by N173, the reverse was also true. If you infected them N173, they couldn't be infected by Un. But if she infects them with us, then those with weak minds will be in big trouble. Again, everyone's got their own little thing. Tamura can make people super strong. You can make people insane. Also time travel. Parallel dimensions. And Un is yet to be seen. There's no worry about that with Un, though. How do you know that? You've just convinced yourself that's the case. After communicating with Un, right? In other words, you've just accepted Un's claims without question, haven't you? Oh? Oh no, don't tell me Un's version of it actually is worse. After all, we haven't actually met anyone infected by Un, because Un is the infection. So, who's to say that her version of Hinamizawa syndrome isn't going to be worse? The only difference is Rika can't calm it down. Great. Everyone's going to go L6. I see. It appears the leader's foolishness has not infected her priestess. That means that you made a hard choice. You decided that handing over a portion of your land, the entire Shishibone city, to the tainted people was at least preferable to that. Isn't that right? Which means that you knew about Un, didn't you? So why didn't you just talk to us from the start. You made this shit worse by doing it this way. Had you actually just communicated, hers is an accursed race. Hers is an accursed race, which brought forth great catastrophe upon our motherland. Evil laughter. This is super fun. Un, it's been a while. Foolish Hanyu. Foolish Hanyu. Know her true nature and tremble with terror at your sin. Tamura no Mikoto, you totally pulled a fast one on me. The moment I awoke and tried to bloom, the flower bed around me was already filled with that fool's flowers. Okay, you're calling Hanyu stupid here. You totally pulled a fast one on me. The moment I woke and tried to bloom, the flower bed around me was already filled with that fool's flowers. I'm sure she did get you good. This cream puff for brains is a useless weed, but her roots are strong enough that you couldn't beat them. You tried to make your infection explode through the population. But since Takano had already spread in 173, you couldn't do that. I was at a total loss. But then a dumbass who believed my story just happened to show up. Kufufuhu. Even though her brain was empty cream puff, lacking even in cream. Again, Tamura! You could have, I don't know, at the moment, like, when you talked to us when we were back at Tomataki's car, you could have explained it to us then. It would have taken you 3 seconds. But no, your stubbornness, yes, this person was trusting and naive. But if you hadn't been such a bitch, Tamura, or so close-minded, you could have prevented this by just talking to Hanyu about it ahead of time. She finally realized that she'd been tricked. Hanyu had believed that they understood everything about each other after her communication with Un. We did do the brain telepathy thing. Hanyu had openly shared everything about herself because she was so simple. But that wasn't the case for Un. She cleverly hid her true nature and her terrifying plot to deceive Hanyu. Which means, Tamura Hime no Mikoto, you saw through her, didn't you? Know that the plot from the leader of such accursed people could never deceive my insight. Tamura had known what Un was after. Un's goal was to propagate herself throughout every corner of the blue planet's huge flower bed. If she did that, then you would all perish, huh? Here's the question. What about all of the other, air quotes, gods in this situation? Did any of them have anything to say? So you had to fight, just like you once fought Hanyu's people. Hanyu said Tamura was once mean to her, but that probably wasn't her just being mean. From Tama's perspective, she was likely fighting to protect herself. Fortunately, they learned Hanyu's people couldn't live outside of Hinamizawa, so they managed to maintain 1,000 years peace by avoiding each other. However, if the new people that weren't bound to such a small area came here... I see. To you, she certainly would be a devil. And so you used Takano to stop her. But calling her a devil that will destroy humanity is going too far. She might be a devil that would destroy you, but the humans don't know or care which parasite is living in their heads. Let me guess. Un's version of it is much, much worse than anything Hanyu could ever be. I suppose that's the limit of the understanding of the Horned People's princess. Yes, because you're not sharing. You're the one who sucks at communication. Also, why can Hanyu do time travel and do parallel dimensions? Are you got? Is that a separate thing? Like what? Foolish. It's super too late now, you idiots. Oh right, you are on this Skype call, aren't you? Or is it Discord? Twitch stream. We're all doing a live stream. That's what's happening. We're totally consuming this whole planet. Now awaken, my children, my seeds. Sink your roots into this world and bloom. Okay, so is everyone like going to transform into like aliens? Are we going to become like large crab people? This is like Saya Yuta? What is happening here? Bloom and spread yourselves wide. So it's the Last of Us sort of thing? Un spread her arms like she was spreading a pair of wings and issued orders to all of her children scattered throughout the whole world. The children of man couldn't quarantine Un's seeds with their mere concept of disease prevention. The humans researching her across the world were already infected. America, Georgia State, Atlanta. America's Center for Disease Control and Prevention was the fortress on the front lines protecting humanity from viral infections, also the highest world authority on the... Oh my god! This is why you don't use an untested vaccine on an entire population. This is why. Yet in a secret war in the Neuroparasite Research Division, they were researching her children. They were researching with the greatest precautions and most modern equipment. I would hope so, but the techniques of mere mortals were unable to stop the spread of the children of a god. And everyone became large crab people. The head researcher first collapsed on a bus on his day off. People rushed to his aid one after another and collapsed as well, until the driver all lost consciousness. Fortunately, the bus was already stopped. Yet that wasn't a silver light because neither humanity or even inhuman beings possessed the means to stop the spread of Un's children. My scalp itches. If anyone's from Russia, how do you say that? The same thing happened in Sveldovolsk Oblast within the Russian Federation. Oh, right. This would be before the collapse of communism, wouldn't it? This also be back before the Berlin Wall fell, too, wouldn't it? I mean, by 4 years, I think. 3 years? Maybe it's 2 years. Yekaterinburg Secret Biological Weapon Research Center. Of course, it all happened in Japan's National Institute of Infectious Disease within Shinjuku, Tokyo, as well as in other research centers in England, France, China, Korea, and other nations too. And then they all traveled through the transportation technology that humanity had foolishly overdeveloped, spreading to all lands throughout the world. However, humanity lacked the means to notice it all. Roughly 2 weeks after the initial spread of infection, when Un's children had spread throughout every corner of the globe, the first symptoms developed. The infected, though at this point the infected and all humanity were synonymous, then learned for the very first time that they were all infected with something unknown to them. People were afflicted with an intense drowsiness, and one after another they crumpled and fell asleep on the spot. They had become a seedbed. What are actual flowers spurting out of their corpses? And once they finished consuming all the nutrients of their host, they broke out through the host's body and spread more seeds and consumed all of humanity. Because Un's people had no intention of coexisting with humanity at all, once they had consumed their flower bed, they would travel through space once more in search of the next. An accursed people indeed. 7 weeks after the initial infection, humanity's population was reduced to 20% of its former size. Of course, even that 20% was being culled as well. Then they would once more return to space in search of an organism with a brain to host them. Afterward, only the hosts of the Horn people, who couldn't be infected by the accursed people, would remain on Earth. Which meant that that only those people in this region who Takano infected with N173 and had not turned their hearts over to a demon, so literally only the people of Hinami-sao and Okonomiya and maybe like there was an exchange student. But then again, we all know how homesickness works with this. So I know this is a dick thing to say. Dick move, and maybe too soon. But at least Tamura's dead. And all the other beings like her. I don't know if Hanyu would be cool with that or not. But at least Hanyu's cool. Heck, I mean, technically Hanyu's not a very massive population of people, but we're technically eventually going to become the whole planet. So, I'm not sure if we have enough people to keep the genetic, like, to not be inbreeding, but I didn't know we were going with the harem ending. Well, Keiichi, there were far too few humans remaining to maintain civilized society, so eventually they too would perish completely. Okay. Kyahaha. Super fun, super happy, super awesome, super duper super kapua. Oon. Consuming everything is my people's only entertainment. And I mean, consuming an entire planet is super fun. Once my people have consumed them all, no one will be able to get in our way. When faced with me, the weak flowers of this planet are like sugar lumps before hot coffee. Betrayal in victory defeat. You've sure done it now. You pretended to be weak so you could use it to advance your plans. Well done. I couldn't fool Tamura. She was clever. Do not understand. How do you still exist? I mean, technically, aren't all the people with your strain dead? Know that I am the leader of the people ruling over the nation Yamato. Yet that horn head on her and her priestess. You two are super easy to fool. When the god's a fool, so is the priestess. You two were both super dumb. When the god's incompetent, so is the priestess. You're a useless god, and with nothing useful to your name. No power, and no supernatural power either. You're a super Dumbo. Yeah. What is this? She's taking me off 5 times as much as Tamura. I really agree. It's really annoying to hear us called incompetent. Know that you are indeed incompetent. You are a tainted people, and now foolish people. You should hit your head on a steamed bun and die. Well, I never knew that Un was going to destroy the world. It's not my fault. You know that all the other races are enemies. Yet you just handed it over to her? There is a limit to how stupid one could be. Ow! You could have just told us that, Tamura. So it's your fault, Tamura. Be quiet. I will not listen to you tainted people. This is super fun. Haha. Perish, you stupid gods of this blue flower bed. You're stupid humans. You're incompetent priestesses too. Un laughed loudly, while Hanyu and Tamura insulted each other like children. It seemed quite pathetic that this was a fight between gods who had brought about the extinction of humanity. Rika placed a hand on her forehead like she was enduring a headache, but her frustration was winning at that particular moment. Listen, I don't consider myself a human, and I don't care if our world is destroyed, but there's one thing I just can't forgive. The fact that you looked at me, Rika Furude, who has overcome the mountain that is hundreds of deaths, and called me incompetent. The term incompetent is what you use for a man who goes off to the hot springs at a critical moment. You intend to oppose me, you a mere child of man. That's super funny. Kufu. Rika pulled something out of nowhere that glinted with a silver light. Okay, are we doing return by death and then warning Hanyu about this? What is that? Don't you know? It's a kitchen knife. Again, why can Hanyu grant the power of return by death? Okay, let me get this straight. Hanyu can bless her priestess with the power of return by death. Subaru from ReZero. Whereas Tom Mura can give people super strength. And you just make them explode into gore and die. You technically never had a priestess. Though there is a different version of the anime where there's a tall version of Hanyu that's evil fighting Lolly Hanyu, who's using Satoko as a time looper, who turns evil, and then Satoko eventually has two versions of herself. The time loop version, which is kind of like the time loop like version of Rika is like the Frederica Birkenstell, whereas you have the other one, which is Certainty, which is also talking to Takano in the other version, and the OG story. But, is that basically Satoko has a small argument with herself because the original Satoko is horrified at doing bad things or at killing people or of mistreating Rika. Whereas the time looped version is just gone completely insane from trauma. And also from murdering people. Turns out if you gain too much love, yes, I'm making an Undertale reference. Level of violence. Insert San's monologue at the end of Undertale here. Don't you know it's a kitchen knife? A cooking tool. The perfect instrument for chopping up food and detestable people. I'm super laughing right now. How do you plan on fighting me with a tool of mankind? That's super funny. Super kufu. From the perspective of humans, those inhuman beings were like a moon on the water's surface. She could swing a weapon all she wanted in the world of man, but it wouldn't even disturb the water's surface, let alone harm the moon floating in the sky. However, for them to manifest in the world of man, they required a priestess. To put it in human terms, they required a queen carrier as a host. If she defeated Un's queen carrier, was that correct to say, or was it better to say Un herself? Then she could at least deal a decisive blow to her. However, My body is super beyond your reach. You can't even leave Shishibone City, so you can't lay a finger on her. Nearly all of my people have been taken captive. I have no idea where she is at present. Okay, so is Takano your queen at the moment, or what? Or is your queen a different person? If only I could have taken her down while she was still trapped in Shishibone. Okay, you're saying it's where Un is. But yeah, who's your queen carrier at that point? Is there a queen carrier for every variant? But thanks to this tainted cream puff, I actually want to buy cream puffs now. That's enough. Honestly, it's your fault for being so petty, Tamara. Honestly, I agree. And holding a 1,000-year grudge over a single meal. I'll never forgive you. A single grain of rice that has been dedicated to me. I was starving. You could have spared a little. Stop it, you two. Besides, this battle isn't over yet. Oh? And how are you going to face me by yourself when I've super enveloped your entire world? I mean, technically, 90% of humanity is already dead at this point. That's super funny. The battle isn't over. This battle is totally super over already. You're right. This battle is over already, as far as you two can conceive. But from my perspective, it isn't over yet. No, perhaps it's more accurate to say this battle was over the moment you revealed your true nature. It's over and it's my victory. Oh? You're the only other person who knows the fucking... What nonsense. How do you not know about return by death? And it's your power. How do you not see where this is going? What nonsense is your priestess spouting? How can she possibly save the world in this situation? Kihi? I'm expecting your eyes to go wide like, oh, Rika, that! Yes, that. Your power. Also, why does she have that power and not you guys? Why do we have the power of quantum mechanic return by death? And... I want to know. I super want to know. There we go. Nope. I really do want cream puffs. I'm the one who wants to know. It's already too late. The world's ending. How are we going to save this world now? Hey? How can you not understand? Have you forgotten how this is used? Ow? You're going to hack open Un's head with the knife? If she were not a god, I would command you to behead Un indeed. You two both have your heads full of free cream puffs. I'll teach you how this knife is used right now. Oh, and what do you think you're going... and what do you totally think you're doing? The cause of your defeat was revealing to me your true identity and whereabouts. Huh? You know where Un is right now? How do you know when even Tamara doesn't? Still, even if you did know, you've got to know there's nothing you can do if she's not here. It doesn't matter where she is right now. Back then, she was here in Okonomiya. That's all I need to know. What are you saying? I super don't get it. Let me tell you something. You're going to lose. Because you made me mad. Let's go back. Back to the moment Un became aware of the other Un and awakened to her on this planet. Is this just gonna be Rika walking behind Un? And it's like, and Un's like, wait, how are you here? And then all of a sudden Rika just pulls out a Glock, a Smith & Wesson, a shotgun. Rika with the shotgun. Since Un had just woken, her presence was still faint. Tamara had yet to grasp her whereabouts. Un had learned how weak Tamara's roots were, and she was making preparations to bloom at once and spread her people everywhere. Tamara had given up on discovering Un's whereabouts and welcomed Takano as her priestess, to prepare her bitter plan of stopping Un's explosive spread. Her plan of having Takano spread into 173 before Un could, which meant that at present, neither Un nor Takano had spread anything at all. The world had yet to reach the point of no return. In other words, if Un's ambition could be halted on this day, then it would all end before it started, but that was impossible without a time machine. Kihi, I've super woken up. I couldn't fool Tamara, but that doesn't matter. I don't need to worry about someone with such weak roots. As I move on to take over this planet and super consume it. Super kihihi. Un's ambition of conquering the world with her people was born here in this small town of Okonomiya in rural Japan. No one in the world had noticed this terrifying resolve just yet. However... Kihi? Hi? Hi, Rena! Good afternoon! Why am I imagining that we're saying that like Chris Farley? Are you Un-chan? Are you? Who? Are you? Rena, did you find her? Oh, this must be her. Oh, it is! It is! She looks exactly like she did in the portrait. Rika's pretty good at drawing, isn't she? I'm quite surprised. The older girl with a ponytail held up a sketchbook of a portrait that looked exactly like me. Oh, this is from Un's point of view. I was suddenly surrounded and didn't understand why. I finally found you, Un. What? Who might you be? Our first time meeting would normally be some weeks from now, but I only met you just the other day. Well, while I say just the other day, I mean several months ago. I only had today to find you, so I had a hard time searching for you, Un. Foo-foo-foo! You shouldn't underestimate me and Rika, Un. We've already seen your ambition for world conquest. How did you see through my ambition? See? The leader of the Horn people and her priestess aren't so powerless. See? We're incompetent after all, huh? Just so tiresome as it wears on the patience a bit. But from my point of view, you're the incompetent one. Hee hee hee. Flash! This is the ancient god binding treasure normally kept in the Fruity Shine ritual storehouse. Now everyone, bind her up in the sacred rope. Nipa! You're binding me in circles! Ah! Oh! To think you'd find Un so easily when I couldn't uncover her. You have my thanks, children of man. You've shown yourself, Tamara. By the way, you're equally guilty. If you'd just let go of your pride and asked us for help, you wouldn't have needed to cause such a huge disaster in the first place. I am the proud Tamara. Know that I would never indebt myself to the savage and tainted Horn people. That's why you're just as guilty. Flash! But what? The god-binding treasure? Ah! Now we've captured all the ringleaders of this commotion. Ow. This was a tragedy that could have been prevented if you and Tamara weren't on bad terms in the first place. You said the two of you fought over a single meal, right? It's not my fault. Tamara shouldn't have been so stingy. She had so much being offered to her, it wouldn't have hurt her to share a bit with me. In other words, you stole it from her, so you're just as guilty. Flash! Is this why you brought 3 sacred ropes with you? We heard the whole story from Rika-chan. You're all gods, right? I wish you'd give a little consideration to the humans you're endangering. It's good that we prevented it ahead of time, but this might have turned into a terrible disaster, you know. It wasn't just terrible. I experienced it firsthand. Anyway, it's not good for us if you gods don't get along with each other. Still, they're awfully cute gods, aren't they? I imagine they'd have much scarier faces. Ow! I am Oyoshiro-sama. This treatment isn't fair. Why, you children of man? It is outrageous to show me such disrespect and call me cute. How did you know about my ambition to conquer the world? I totally can't accept this. Un-chan, why were you plotting to destroy our world in the first place? Because we super love consuming everything. So then what about after you've consumed and ruined everything? How long does it take you to find a new planet? It takes long enough to drive you crazy, doesn't it? And I'm betting you're feeling lonely that whole time, aren't you? But Tamara told me to get out. That super ticked me off. At first I thought about living here peacefully. No, you're not! You're still lying! That being said, are we literally Hercule and fat booing this? Tamara's bullying is the root of all evil. You all would have made a fatal mistake of letting Un escape the city. Again, I'm imagining Sonic Generations. Sonic escaped the city. So in short, Un decided to destroy the world because Tamara told her to get off this planet. Yes, that's right. So then Tamara refused to talk to Hanyu-chan or Oyoshiro-sama about it because they had fought, and decided to resolve it herself using terrible methods. I didn't want to borrow any help from the tainted people. Yet the whole reason they're on bad terms in the first place is because Hanyu-san stole some of her offerings, right? It's my fault. I can't believe you're treating me like this. I'm the main cause of all of this. Ow. Yes, quiet. We've heard the defendant's excuses. To sum up, you're all at fault because you 3 couldn't get along. Un-chan finally made it here to Earth after her long isolated journey too. I think Tamara-chan could have tried to accept her a bit more, just a bit. And Tamara, I can understand you might resent her for eating her offering, but to stay on bad terms for 1,000 years, and then refuse to consult her or ask for help at a time of need, only to ultimately take drastic actions on your own, isn't very praiseworthy either, you know. For starters, this whole problem became more complicated because Hanyu-san just refused to apologize. No one should get that mad over just one meal. I will never reconcile with that starving, empty-handed cream puff. I just wanted you to share a little bit of this flower bed with me. Yeah, you bullied me, Tamara. See? Did you see? This really is all Tamara's fault. Un is the devil that would destroy everything. I mean, you're not wrong. Why does this make me think of Tenchi Muyo? You know, the 3 Chojins? There's Tsunami, Washu, and I can never remember the third one. Lady Tokimi. Un is the one to blame for all this. I think Tamara's hatred for the other races. All-Star Hanyu went and stole food. What about all the other... Like, aren't there like several hundred other of you living on, like, technically Tamara's just Japan. If Hanyu had done that, Then Tamara would hate outsiders and she might have accepted me. You know, that is exactly right. This cream puff for brains is the cause of all this. I refuse to be treated like I'm the one to blame. Silence! Now we'll hand out the verdict. All three of you are equally guilty of the crime of failing to get along. So your punishment is having to play games in our club. Hee hee. The three of you can happily play games together and deepen your camaraderie. So you can all forgive and forget when it matters most. Consider this a generous sentence for the priestess of the Furude Shrine. Ho 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 ho. Ho ho ho. Ho. You'll just be deepening your friendship over some fun games. Once you've all had enough fun enjoying the same experiences, I'm sure you'll all get along better, I'm sure. It won't just be you gods either. We humans will join in too, to really make this a lively affair. However, we club members never take it easy on opponents, do we? Coo. We'll have to show you plenty of our gratitude for getting us humans caught up in your fights between gods. It's no fun when you gods fight by yourselves, and we can't participate, so we'll take the opportunity to teach all three of you that you shouldn't take humans lightly, okay? Hee. What fools! We are gods. We will not be defeated in mere games of man. I'll totally never be defeated by mere humans. Kufu? Oh-ho! So you humans are challenging the gods? Then we won't hold back either. What is this, like Record of Ragnarok? But instead of like Zeus fighting Adam, we just have this. Tamara was a steady player. Her style focused on defense more than offense, so she should have been a tough opponent. Un was likely to toy with us magnificently using her sly tricks and fluid adaptability. Then Hanyu had her indecipherable dumb luck. She was the greatest opponent in a game involving chance. They were still gods. There was no reason for them to lose a game to humans. However, when it came to games, the club members weren't human either. Higurashi when they cry. Ho plus. When you're feeling extra hoey. Just makes me think of like Pokemon. What is it, Gen 4 when you had the Hoenn region? I don't even think Chie was in this scenario, was she? I just saw Tame Hoja and I was like, think about like tamales. Maybe I'll get some Mexican food. Well, since Tamaro-chan's the dealer, she discards first. Hoo-hoo, know the powerful luck of the gods. Discarding a green dragon and declaring double Riichi. Pardon me, hand of man, all green. 4 concealed triplets, single weight, that's 4 Yakumin, 128,000 points. Ron for me too, hand of man, 7 pairs, red, door, so just a simple Yakuman, 32,000 points. What? Whoa, what? Hey, Tamara, it's still too early to cry. Triple runs are allowed, right? Then a run for me too. Hand man, big 4 wins, all honors, 4 concealed triplets, single weight. That's 6 Yakumen straight from you, or I literally have no idea what any of that means. 102,000 points. 350,000 straight from me? That's impossible. Gua. Oh ho ho. There's not enough to pay that. Inu collected all the point sticks from the table. Now here's your punishment game outfit. I don't understand why I must bear such disgrace. I do like the bat wings, especially in the lower area. It's the same style as Albedo from Overlord. Guys, Volume 17 of that light novel is supposed to be out, well, now, and Volume 18 should be the end. So technically, the light novels Overlord and Reincarnated as a Slime should both have their complete conclusions and be ended by 2030. So I'm interested how those stories go. Nipa. Poor thing, poor thing. Still, this is an incredible outfit. Okay. With this going on, how is Tomatake and Dr. Eerie not here to witness this? What's it even from? Nipa, it's a dream collaboration with blah 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 blah, so she can pretend to be an adult pro wrestler. Ta-da! Now I'm out. Now I'm out. I'm just one card away from totally being out. Hold it. You didn't say Uno. Gua, ya, super ya. And there, I'm out too. Now I'm out too, Nipa. So now I'm out. Looks like last place goes to Unchan. This. This outfit is super embarrassing on me. Nipa. Poor thing, poor thing. This is another cruel outfit. What is this one from? It's an indecent outfit that came up when I googled embarrassing outfits. Nipa. You won't take me down like you did those two. Oh. Now let the games begin. Okay, why am I imagining the original Saw movie, but with Oyo Shirasama, Hanyu, Un, and Tamara? Why am I... You guys know that ending scene where... You guys know the ending scene, right?
of the original Saw movie where Adam's like screaming, "No, don't!" with his hand out, super, and then John is closing the door and says, "Game over." I'm imagining Hanyu in the place of Adam screaming, don't, with her arm up while she's chained to the back. And then Rena's there, closing the door, and Rena's like, game over. If it's possible to make AI grok make that image, I will. But I don't think Elon Musk's AI is smart enough to. Keep up with me. And everyone's like, that's a stupid comment. I get it. I'm just saying this. I don't think the AI will make that. But I'm just like, imagine the ending scene of the original Saw movie. And I'm just imagining Hanyu chained up in the bathroom. And like going, no, with her arm up. And then Rena's like closing the door. It's like game over, but Rena's voice. Will the wolf please raise your head? Now the fortune teller, please raise your head. Okay, I'm revealing myself. I'm the fortune teller. Hanyu Chan is the wolf. Oh, now the game Werewolf is a game I've played long ago. It was actually, I think, made in Russia as like a social experiment, but it's a really cool, fun game. There's actually a visual novel called Raging Loop that also does some time looping shenanigans, and is probably like one of the best visual novels ever made. And it incorporates that game into the story. Oh. So then, with a unanimous vote, our sacrifice for the first day is decided. We're hanging Hanyu. I didn't even get to participate in the game. Cuckoo, now to have Hanyu-chan change into her punishment outfit too. Stop it! You're planning to make me wear something indecent, aren't you? Like something from erotic doujinshi? Like something from erotic doujinshi. Ow? So adorable. I like this a lot. I promise the three of us gods will get along now. So spare us already. I'm super repenting too. How so cute. I'm taking you home. Hanyu feels left out. I won't accept this. Divine punishment. punish the gods for their sins against man. I'm not somebody who would pay somebody, like, I'm not gonna, like, commission somebody to make that art. But I'm like, how would I even explain that art to someone? Like, okay, dear artist, I want you to draw this lolly in a supernatural outfit, chained in a basement from Saul, screaming like Adam, while Rena is closing the door saying, "Game over. Game over." I like the music. I like both these songs. I like that. I like this. I might. I feel like I want to do a playlist of just this music, but no, I mean, anyone, just buy this game yourself and, play it to unlock this. I know it may not seem like it because I'm skipping through these quite a bit, but I am immeasurably enjoying this music. I just can't just sit here and just listen to each of them to their completion because this is already a very long video. This sounds like the music when you die in Final Fantasy. A lot of this music sounds like it's from Raging Loop. Is I wonder if the people who wrote the music for this game were actually involved in the development of Raging Loop as well. Also, I like this. Solid tube? Is this supposed to be solitude, or is that intentional? I like this music a lot. I like this too. Why is everything so awesome? Mortal Kombat! It sounds like the intro theme to Evangelion. I enjoy all of this music so much. Nipa. Everything about this is awesome. Developers of this game, I feel like I have to say, once again, you did a fucking awesome job at everything with this. And I really, really like the music a lot. That being said, let me stand for I need a stretch. Might get a drink of water. Hold on, I also had to pee. So, but other than that, I just wanted to make a point real quick. I'll probably try to do the rest of this game here in a minute, but I need to go pee and get some water. So, but I just want to say the music is... all of the music is awesome. I like the characters. I like the art. I like the story. I want more Higurashi. I want you to write a new one. Maybe it'll come out in 2026. I don't know what the story could possibly be about. I'm just saying I enjoy it. Now now I go to the bathroom. Oh, ow, my back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Additional now. Tragedy that could destroy not only all of humanity, but the galaxy itself draws near. Keiichi Mabra stripped the girls of their swimsuits to defend the universe. However, can Keiichi possibly win against the club members all by himself? The difficulty is absolute peril. It's just impossible to imagine any way Keiichi could avoid meeting with an awful fate. I'm looking up on Google real quick what Miyagashi means. Eye peeling.
The ritual storehouse. It was a building with a strange air about it that stood quietly within the Furude shrine, surrounded by the noise of crying cicadas. The storehouse was said to contain the many important ritual tools used to perform the Watanagashi ceremony, the most ghastly of rituals in all Hinamizawa's legends. So naturally, only members of the Furude family were allowed inside, or if extra hands were needed for a special ritual, then members of the three families were allowed as well, which all meant that the routine cleaning had to be done solely by Rika, the only remaining member of the Furude family. Today was one such cleaning day. Rika hated putting in effort, and since no one was around to see, she let her disgust show plainly on her face as she headed for the ritual storehouse. We only use the ritual storehouse a few times a year, so why does it have to be cleaned so often? Ow, ow! That's disrespectful towards Oyoshiro-sama! What? You were here? If you're here, then clean it yourself. I can't do that. It's been the rule since ancient times that in every generation the cleaning has to be done by the priestesses of the Furude family. Still, I am no demon. If you offered me some cream puffs, then I could make special allowances for today. Snap. Hearing you say that makes me want to clean every inch thoroughly and deny you cream puffs out of spite. You're such a contrarian. If you live your life like that, you'll definitely suffer in the long run. Ow. Wait! That wasn't what I came here to tell you. Rika, you don't have to clean the ritual storehouse today. Huh. After calling me disrespectful and contrarian. Also, I'll be a little busy today. There's been a bit of trouble. I'll be preoccupied with that today, so I won't have time to entertain you. Hanyu faded away, having grated against Rika's nerves. That's irritating. Hearing her say all that makes me want to thoroughly clean every corner and wax it all as well. I guess I'll get it finished quickly. I'm planning to go play at the pool with everyone from the club this afternoon. Hearing Hanyu say she didn't have to clean today made Rika want to do it more, so she entered the ritual storehouse and spread out her cleaning tools. Now, where to start? First, she'd brush away the dust built up on the creepy torture devices, that is, the ritual tools. There were several unfamiliar pouches there, resting atop the ritual tools like they were being enshrined. They were like bags for gym clothes, but they clearly hadn't been around last time Rika went in here. What are these? I wonder if there's some strange magic treasure sealed away in ritual storehouse. Rika took one without hesitation and opened it. Folded up inside was a swimsuit and something resembling a small ancient scroll. The voices of children playing around reached some distance from Okonomiya Public Pool. The club members' bicycles all flew into the pool's parking lot, one after another. Ah, yeah, first one here. I only lost by a hair, but I was still here second. Now hold on a moment. The inquiry lamp lit up on this one. Satoko a moment ago. You obstructed me. That's earned you a demotion, putting me in second. Please don't throw away your betting slips until the winning horse has been decided. Nipa. How do you know about that, Rika-chan? How? Haha. Still, I'm looking forward to enjoying the pool with all our club members here. Will everything be okay, though?
The pool won't explode or disappear, will it? This also reminds me of the scenario in Higurashi Ray, where we were on our bicycles after going to a pool, and Rika got hit by a truck and died. You know, the tire went over her skull and smashed her head in. Not unless me chance says we should do some fun club activity here, right? Oh, well, it shouldn't expect to escape unharmed when we come to play. No, today let's just behave and enjoy the pool. They only just finished remodeling this place, and my grandma got called in as a guest when they finished work on it. I can't make her look bad. I don't quite understand, but I do get that Mion will get mad if we go out here. Nipa. Is this from the pool rooms? You know, the back rooms? Just before they split up by gender to change in the change rooms, Rika suddenly raised her hand. I almost forgot. Today I brought something a bit unusual for everyone. Huh? What is it? A beach ball? Or is it a dolphin floaty, is it? What? What are those pouches? What's this now? You want us club members to wear matching swimsuits? You'll never guess. These are the secret treasures that were hidden in the ritual storehouse, the irresistible swimsuits. What do you mean by irresistible? You mean wearing them makes you popular? That's odd. Why do I have deja vu? And why am I getting the chills? But look at this! There's a super cute swimsuit inside. Ooh, I'm taking it home. But don't you feel hesitant in wearing a swimsuit someone else chose? Will it even fit? You won't need to worry there. It'll stretch to fit whoever wears it, in sizes all the way from elephant to flea. Plus, whoever wears it will immediately become overflowing with charm, drawing in the opposite sex like a black hole and winning over their hearts. Well, I normally keep my charm in check, but it might be good to release my limiters now and then. My, you're suggesting all the men at the pool would end up staring at me? That's mildly embarrassing, but I'd love to experience it at least once. So in my case, the hearts of all the girls in swimsuits will be drawn to me like I'm a black hole, huh? I don't have one for you, Keiji. Ah, disappointment. Hey! I got you your favorite present! Disappointment! There's only 4, and for women. Nipa. Ding. Keiichi charged into the men's changing room. However, he was quick to regain his spirit. At the very least, he was sure to see the club members in swimsuits packed with arousing pheromones. No, wait. When a weird magic item is involved, it usually leads to a disastrous end, right? Like if it unleashes incredible charm, then it's either so tacky or embarrassing that it makes the wearer ashamed of it. That reminds me, during my irresistible swim trunks incident, the swim trunks had the same pattern as a stereotypical thief's sack. At that moment, bright light filled the area. He didn't understand what was going on, but he did realize he was caught up in something out of this world. But what is this? Listen, child of man, Mabara Keiichi. He heard a solemn voice coming from the light of heaven. The voice was so intense he recognized it as a voice of God. Voice of a god. What on earth is going on here? Have I done something blasphemous? You have done nothing wrong. You have done nothing wrong. However, the priestess of the Fruited Shrine, Rika, has done something absurd. Rika-chan has... Wait, are you referring to the irresistible swimsuits she brought today? I do remember her saying they were a secret treasure from the ritual storehouse. That is precisely it. And after I told that Rika she didn't have to clean today, too. Ha. Good grief. Why are the Furude women always such contrarians? So, God, what does this have to do with me? It's like, so, God, what does this have to do with me? Mahabara Kichi, I want you to become the savior who will rescue this planet. It's a savior? I mean, every boy past a certain age has fantasized about something like that, but are you being serious? Isn't that the intro of the very first Baki the Grappler series, the one from the early 90s, where the whole intro starts that every man at one point has fantasized about being the strongest man in the world? Those magic swimsuits are foreign objects that drifted here from a different fragment. It's very difficult to cross the sea of fragments, and it's even rarer for an object with no will of its own to do so. Yet those swimsuits were blessed with 1 billion miracles and good fortune to make their way here to this fragment. Still, they just make people irresistible, right? Wouldn't that only be enough to create the kind of charming scenes often seen in romantic comedies? That may be true of its power alone, but that is not the problem here. Different fragments are essentially different worlds. Incidentally, that also means there are things which cannot coexist with this world, no matter how similar the two may be. Those things that drifted here are made from materials that can't exist in this fragment. Space cotton! Roughly 1 hour after those girls put them on, the reaction will begin. A reaction? Do you mean the swimsuits will start melting away? The materials of this world will react to the material that shouldn't exist in this world. I think that I remember there was an anime scene where Hanyu is human and wearing clothes made of paper, and Keiichi's chasing around with water guns, shooting her paper clothes. Mutual annihilation. That reaction will create enough energy to give birth to a new galaxy. Wouldn't that mean that the Earth's in danger? It will cause an explosion that will easily shatter as many planets as a human could possibly count in one lifetime, and still have more energy left over. Yeah, Hanyu showed him what would happen in just 1 hour. Did you draw this, Hanyu? Okay, all joking aside, I do like this style of art. Keiichi was shown a vision of the planet floating in space. Then our blue shining Earth exploded. Wait, was that the scene in Final Fantasy VII when Sephiroth summoned Meteor? Exploded. It wasn't on the kind of scale where people could flee on a spaceship. The entire galaxy exploded. It was clear that there was nothing left to be done to Earth at all. Hold on. Why is something that terrifying here in Hinamizawa, and why does Rika-chan have it? It just happened to drift into this fragment yesterday. I had been planning to spend all of today safely disposing of it. Shouldn't you be telling Rika-chan directly instead of me? I mean, shouldn't you be telling her right now to stop them from wearing the suits? The problem is that the magic power of those swimsuits also has power to ward away the gods of this fragment, like me. So my voice can't reach Rika while she has the swimsuits with her. I see. So again, why didn't you just directly tell Rika this? That, hey, there's stuff from another dimension here in the storehouse, so don't clean it today, so I can... So there's a strict time limit of 1 hour from now. It just turned to 1 o'clock, so I'll have to do something by 2. I've imbued one of the trash cans at the entrance with my power. If you toss in the trash can, then I can safely expel them from this fragment. Roger that. So we're going to strip them of their swimsuits and then throw them into a magical disintegrating Minecraft trash can. Which means once I strip the 4 club members of the world-destroying swimsuits and toss them in the trash can, my mission will be complete. Keiichi leapt out of the changing room with enthusiasm. He knew it wouldn't be easy to convince them to take off the swimsuits they just put on. Yet now the fate of the world, nay, the galaxy, was riding on this very thing. Technically, Hanyu could just be like, Keiichi, use the word Hanyu to Rika. Rika will instantly believe you. That's all you have to do. Because it'd be one thing to... But it'd be one thing that you're going to have to fight with this. But literally, all you have to do is like, Oishiro just shows like, hey, Keiichi, use the word Hanyu of Rika, tell her the swimsuits are cursed, and they have to get rid of them or they're all going to die. The end. Yet now the fate of the world, nay, the galaxy, was riding on this very thing. Besides, they were friends in arms who faced death together and shared both joys and hardships. Surely they would understand and listen. Hey, everyone, we have big trouble. Listen to me. However, the poolside was shrouded in a strange fervor that left Keiichi taken aback. Oh wow, so beautiful. Models, actresses. What are such cute girls doing here at our public pool? Me. Everyone's eyes are so passionate. Snap! Rika posed like a cat and winked, causing a frenzied roar to erupt from the men. Lunar. Oh my, I will not allow you to hog all the stairs, Rika. Look at how charming I am. Cute, so sexy. Satoko-sama. Then we'll join you too. Let's leave everyone weak-kneed. Ufun? Grah, but beautiful. No, Big Bang. This is a big bang of beauty. Ren and Mion were both posing like models, leaving the men writhing and shouting with joy. The swimsuits themselves certainly were cute. It was hard to imagine they were foreign objects that had drifted in from another world. However, the waves of charm pouring off of them was truly otherworldly. Foon, you're all super sexy, huh? Huh? Killer swimsuits, feast your eyes on the Galaxy Destroyers. Stay cool, Mabra Keiichi. That truly is incredible magic. They certainly live up to the name of Irresistible Swimsuit. Because Keiichi knew of the threat and was entrusted with the fate of the galaxy, he just barely held on to his reasoning. However, the rest of the other men were thoroughly unable to resist their charm. No, it was violence. Violence under the name of charm. True violence, known as sexiness, which none born male could resist. The overpowered men were currently an enthralled procession, following around the sexy charm of the club members. Yet they weren't the only ones enraptured. The club members themselves were as well. dazzling, handsome poolside princes were reverently treating them like princesses. This was the dream. The maiden's dream. The dream every young girl admired in shoujo manga and gave up on as impossible. Incredible. I don't think I want to go back to reality when I'm this popular. I don't think so at all. Rika-chan, these swimsuits really are amazing. I might get addicted to this. Seeing men's attitudes change so drastically is a tad off-putting. But I, for one, feel amazing. Ooh, oh. Oh, it's Keiichi. And this is the point where Hanyu should have said, you know, her name and stuff. And that way I'd be like, hey, Rika, Hanyu spoke to me. She's like, wait, you mean Hanyu spoke to you? Yes. She said those swimsuits are cursed. And if you don't take them off, everyone's gonna die. Then again, Rika would be like, I can return by death. You know what? I'm cool with it. You can be raptured by all of her charm as well, Keiichi. Rika gave him an adorable cat pose. If the waves of charm were visible, it would have been like witnessing the explosive shockwave from a huge comet over 10 kilometers wide. Keiichi managed to endure as the minds of men around them were torn into pieces. Hold on a second. Be careful how you act. Right now, every minor movement of yours holds enough impact to wipe out the dinosaurs. Oh, come on, Kei-chan, you're exaggerating. Like this? Like this? Ufun? Afa? Wah! Mi-chan, stop it. Keiichi-kun is suffering. Rena, thank you for your consideration. But less. Less pressing your breasts together, please. I know you're not doing it intentionally, but please, it's very effective. My, I wonder what would happen if I pressed my modest, yet still growing from my age breasts together. So stop, Satoko. No, yeah. Then I'll try pressing my budding and undeveloped breasts together. Nippa! So stop! Oh. The men's minds were hit by several big bangs. Visually, it looked like the men had developed pink hearts in their eyes and grew unsteady on their feet. However, the men's collected mental world, the planetary alignment was wrecked by clashing galaxies, shattered into pieces, until all that remained was possible. Still, the club members were completely unaware of the destruction they wrought. No, if it was just exploding the minds of men, that would still be cute. But 5 whole minutes had already passed. There was only 55 minutes left before the whole galaxy exploded. Hey, time out. Everyone, please listen to me. This is extremely important. The irresistible swimsuits you're all wearing right now are dangerous. At this rate, the Earth will be destroyed, so please take them off quickly. Asking us to remove our swimsuit, Keiichi, that's not something you should be saying to a lady. Gyan! These swimsuits will destroy the Earth. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Nippa. Oh. What on earth do you mean? Let's hear Keiichi-kun out. No, he's just jealous how popular we've become. Today he can enjoy having his mind blown away by our charm. Mion Shama. Damn it, they've gotten too carried away to listen. I know their choice now. If they won't listen to reason, I'll have to use force. Keiichi boldly leapt at them. However, the men surrounding the girls wouldn't allow such barbarism. The men seized upon the opportunity to show off how cool they were, and leapt at Keiichi like animals. Smack bam, kathump, kabam. The outcome was plain as day. The club members left with roaring laughter, and the enraptured men followed them like a procession once again. Keiichi was left behind, having been torn into pieces. Hanyu, help! Right, I wouldn't be having trouble if I could challenge him head-on and win. What will you do, Keiichi? While you're sitting there lost in thought, time is still slipping away. The end of the world and also the galaxy is drawing closer. I don't stand a chance of winning if I challenge them directly without tricks. I have to drag them into a situation where I can beat them all on my own. Divide and conquer will be the standard tactic. Challenge them head on is just plain foolish. So I'll have to maneuver around them, isolate them one by one, catch them off guard, and then attack to seize victory. Alright, let's run a mental simulation. First, I'll call Ren out by herself to a place without anyone else around. I'll lure Ren out to a storeroom in the staff building, which the general public avoids. We'll still hear the cheery voice from the pool, but Ren will be confused by the desolate space devoid of others. Then I'll leap from behind shadows and assault Ren from behind. Kya! Kakiichi-kun. Whoa there, Rena. Sorry, but be good for me. Okay, it'll all be over soon. Then I'll pin Rena against the floor in her swimsuit. I'll straddle her and use my left hand to pin her hands above her head. Then I'll use my free hand to reach for her chest. Kya, stop! Someone help me! Hehehe. You can cry and scream, but no one is coming to rescue you. Wah! No. I definitely can't do that. He scratched at his head, trying to dispel his overactive imagination. Even if it was to save the galaxy, his pride as a man wouldn't allow him to force himself upon a swimsuit-clad girl in an isolated area. No, there is no honor in fighting like that. Not to mention it's already impossible for a guy like me to forcibly strip a swimsuit from a girl. Though, what else can I do, now that it's proving difficult to convince them to strip on their own? If this was a serious club competition, then you'd be prepared to stoop to any low to win, but they were currently an Okonomiya public pool with mostly normal people. Even if the club members would freely forgive him, the other people around him wouldn't feel the same way. By tomorrow there wouldn't be a single person in Okonomiya Hinamizawa that didn't hear the rumors of him being a pervert who assaulted women and tried to strip them naked. They have the numerical advantage, and I'm also handicapped by being a guy. Damn, what am I supposed to do? That was when an unusual figure crossed Keiichi's vision. Hi, Shion! It'd be helpful if Hanyu appeared to Shion. It was Shion. She'd be like, Keiichi, did God speak to you too? Also, was God like 4 feet tall? Judging from her outfit, she was working at the public pool's food court. She was definitely planning to enjoy the pool herself as soon as her shift was over. She was wearing the restaurant's apron over her swimsuit and was standing a bit further back in the shadows. She was also chewing on her thumbnail with a terrifying expression as she stared at the irresistible club members. Apparently she didn't like her twin Mion being so popular. It'll be reassuring if I get Shion on my side. Her wit and courage are on par with that of the club members. On top of that, she's a girl, so it'll be easier for her to touch a girl's body. Well, why is Mion this popular? And yet no one is even looking at me. Grr. Calm down, Shion. You'll bite through your thumbnail. Yeah! Kei-chan, when did you get here? I've been here for a while. We're short on time, though. For now, just listen to me. I see. Got it. Sheesh, Sis is such a huge idiot. She's getting so full of herself when she's only popular due to magic. Add in the fact that the galaxy will be destroyed if nothing is done in 40 minutes, and it's no laughing matter. Shia was quick to understand, though it was more like after learning the truth behind Mion's popularity, she was more than happy to help strip it away from her. I won't lie to all of you. I'm staring right at her tits. Like right here. And also here. And here. And here. Also the belly button you can see. And also thighs. Okay. Also her face is really cute. Yes, I think Shion's cute. As an only child, Keiichi didn't really get it, but he assumed being siblings came with all kinds of difficult feelings like that. Anyway, let's isolate them one by one and recover those swimsuits. I'll do the stripping, so don't worry. You'd get arrested in a flash if you did it anyway. Alright, having an ally is reassuring. Now let's start making our move. Who should we target first? Let's target Satoko first. The longer we leave that girl alone, the more traps she'll set, which will make things more difficult. Alright. Our first target is Satoko. We're treating her like a fucking Minecraft spawner. Like we need to go after her so she stops spawning more enemies. Satoko's irresistible swim. Let's strip it off of her. In the next moment, an eagle-shaped shadow blocked the sun that had been lighting up Keiichi and Shion. No, not a shadow. A person with a cloak? No. A man with a lab coat fluttering behind him landed before the pair. It was Iri Kiyosuke. How do I fucking say your name, man? Hey, why are you wearing that to a pool? I heard what's going on. If it's to protect the galaxy, then I, Iri Kiyosuke, will happily offer up my life to strip Satoko-chan's swimsuit. Will happily offer up my life to strip off Satoko-chan's swimsuit. Iri, never mind where you were, or how you heard our story. Having even one more ally right now is a big... Are we going to get Tomotaki and Oishi to help us later on? Hell, is Takano going to help us? Chie-sensei? There's no reason for Arakawa to be in this city. I doubt he meant it about protecting the galaxy, though. Still, he'll be useful as a distraction. At that time, the club members were conveniently taking separate actions. It seemed the men following that each had different tastes, so they were each surrounding their favorite girl. That naturally helped to separate the four of them. Satoko was enjoying her popularity at first, but she was finally starting to grow annoyed by it, so now she was trying to avoid attention and rest on a deck chair. Of course, Iri wasn't one to miss that golden opportunity. Satoko-chan, to! Yeah! Coach! When and where on earth did you pop out of? So long as the sun shines, whenever you're in a crisis, Satoko-chan, I, Iri Kiyusuki, will always appear. Crisis, Coach? I'm not in a crisis. I'm actually feeling quite great. In fact, I never thought I'd be so popular. Yes, that swimsuit is a danger. It's putting you in a crisis. Well, what do you mean? Still, this whole story about that magic swimsuit exploding the galaxy in a few dozen minutes, do you think Satoko will believe it? It might not be very convincing, though I think Coach has his own unique way of doing it. His own unique way, right. Coach is a doctor. Yes, Coach is a doctor at his side business. If he uses this skill as a doctor, I'm sure Satoko will believe him. Of course, his main job is maid evangelism. Eh? This swimsuit is bad for my skin? Yes. Unfortunately, I've discovered that it contains base materials which cause an allergic reaction to the skin of a select few. Satoko-chan, have you ever had a mosquito bite turn red, swell up, and become itchy? Have you ever felt ticklish when someone waved a feather against you? I have. I knew it. Your body is one of those that are allergic to swimsuits material. It's not too late yet. You should just change a different swimsuit at once. Way to go, Iri. He was being a little suspicious, but his medical explanation was steadily convincing Satoko. Alright. I already had enough fun being popular anyway. Plus, I brought my own swimsuit too. I'll go get changed in the changing room. No. Your skin is already in the highly dangerous red zone. You haven't started showing symptoms yet, but you need treatment. I thought something like this might happen, so I always carry a swimsuit that's great for your skin. Of course, I keep all sizes from those young bodies to those for seductive, outrageous proportions. I highly recommend you wear this English-made style swimsuit made from the healthiest of fabrics. Well, how could he? Satoko was finally in agreement and he ruined it in an instant. The very next moment, there was a shocking flashlight and Coach laid sprawled out with a burnt smell rising from him. Shion had used her trump card, her max output stun gun. Ha. I figured it would end up like this anyway. Hello, Satoko. It's your Nini. My Shion-san. When did you... Crackle. Did you just electrocute her? But she's in what? She's next to water. Doesn't that make the electricity hurt worse? Also, it is... I mean, she at least lowered the setting. Still, it's not non-lethal. You can still die from the lowest level of the... Especially if you're like a very short person, or have a heart condition, or elderly. Satoko also collapsed following a comical electrical shock. It's only comical because it's an anime. In real life, it'd be horrifying. Hey, that was merciless. Here, a towel. Thank you. Now, if you're a gentleman, could you please turn around for a moment? Shia took a bath towel. That was handed to her, and covered Satoko up with it, before quickly stripping her of the swimsuit. Rustle, rustle. Shrop, pop. One down. So what do we do with the swimsuit we removed? Chuck it into the magic trash can by the entrance. They both raced for the entrance and tossed the swimsuit in the trash can. Hanyu had imbued with her magic. Then a shimmer of light as it disintegrated as if it was returning to heaven. Shion, did you notice that? Now we've... Doctor's orders. 3 to go. Finally cleared the first hurdle. How much time left? Only about 30 minutes. Let's waste no time moving on to the next one. Now, who should we target next? Mion. If we don't go after her before she hears about what we're doing, we'll be in trouble. Eri carried the unconscious Satoko over to the doctor's office. Mion and the others were still most likely unaware of the attack. Roger that. We'll go after Sis next. I'll approach her, wait until her guard's down, and knock her out with the stun gun. Then we'll pretend she had a fainting spell, and you and I will carry her somewhere out of the way. Got it. You really are a big help, Shion. Though it feels like you could handle everyone on your own somehow. Keiichi thought he would be the hero saving the galaxy, but now he realized he had been relegated to the status of side character, and it left him feeling a little bit blue. However, this was no time to be worrying about that. They only had a little time left. Mion had also been enjoying her popularity, but she was starting to want some alone time as well. It wasn't that difficult to send her followers away. She just had to say she was going to the bathroom, and the men couldn't follow after her. Mion stood before the sink's mirror in the bathroom, grinning at her own reflection. They say women grow more beautiful. The more they're seen. I certainly think I can see that now. I definitely feel like I'm even more irresistible now than when I first put the swimsuit on. Well, I have to give the swimsuit back to her. Hope I can wear it forever. That reminds me, I wonder if Kei-chan is feeling jealous. Kei-chan, our bonds as club members will never change. But if you're going to take the next step, then I hope you'll use that jealousy to give you courage. What am I standing here saying? So embarrassing, hee hee. What are you creepily grinning in front of a mirror for, sis? Ha ha! Shion, you startled me. What are you doing here? Electrocution! Angel Mort currently has a pop-up shop at the food court here at Okonomiya Public Pool. Oh yeah, that's right. Let me guess, this ends with Shion's stun gun accidentally killing Rika, sending the Hinamizawa syndrome into L5 for everyone here, including all of us. Thanks for working all the way out here. Have fun earning that cash today? Enough to use this stun gun. I'm busy getting all the guys to stare at me. She spoke with a loose and sloppy smile. Her guard was completely down. Keiichi was standing by just outside the bathroom. Once Shion hit her with the stun gun, the two of them would pretend she fainted and carry her out somewhere out of sight and relieve her of the swimsuit. Good grief. Keep making a face like that and your cheeks will sag. If you end up looking that dumb, then we won't be identical twins anymore. That's not true. Besides, a little sagging would just make me look more like you. Mion and Shion were having their usual silly banter. Yet Shion's right arm slowly advanced from Mion's blind spot. Only her arm moved, like it had a life of its own, bringing the stun gun closer. Then in a blink, only slightly faster, Mion's own arm moved like it was alive and pulled her big model gun out from somewhere and pressed it against Shion's forehead. It may be a BB gun, but that's very dangerous to shoot someone point blank like that. From their expressions, they both looked like they were chatting, but their arms were acting separately. Huh? What? What's this now? Huh. Ha 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 ha. I've heard you modified that stun gun quite a bit, though you should know this piece of mine is quite modified too. It can pierce right through aluminum cans. Well, even if I'm joking about that, it'll still leave a bruise in your forehead for a long time. Long enough that you might get nicknamed the Buddha. Oh dear. Stop with that, sis. You're so scary. She played it off, but her brow was twitching. They really were twins. They could sense the other's hostility. You wanted to try wearing this irresistible swimsuit, right? But you can't. I won't let you wear it. Of course. Well, sis, I should be heading back to work now. Work hard. Give Uncle Yoshiro my regards. Kah! Sis, I can't believe sis got one over on me. It's not fair. Seriously? Your surprise attack didn't work? And now that failed, Mion is in alert mode too. This is bad. How will we ever go after her again? No, we still have options. You're up next, Tae-chan. Come on, if your surprise attack won't work, then how am I supposed to catch her off guard? No. We'll still catch her off guard, but you'll be doing it from a different angle that only you can pull off. I'll teach you my secret plan, Keiichi. Whip your dick out! I'm 50-50 on whether or not it will actually work, but it's the only option we have in order to save the galaxy. Huh? It's Kei-chan. Hey. Hey, Mion. Looks like you're enjoying your popularity. Huh? What's the matter? You seem kind of down. Are you a bit jealous this old man is so popular? I'm not jealous. Ooh, you are. I was just thinking how none of these guys understand your true charm. Huh? They're all just seduced by the irresistible swimsuit's magic. None of those guys have noticed your true charm. Even though I know how charming you are, no one else gets it, and that's just frustrating and sad to me. Kei-chan? I know how charming you truly are. If the other men saw that too, and were moved by it, then I wouldn't be jealous. In fact, as your best friend, I'd be proud. So, I wish you would show those followers your true charms, and I wish you'd realize it too. This is actually pretty wholesome. You're basically saying, hey, Mion, you should have confidence in yourself. Me? You're always putting yourself down by saying things like, this old man isn't very feminine at all. But you're full of cute young woman's charm, if you ask me. I was always proud that I was the only one who noticed it. But now I feel the opposite. I want these followers to see your true charms. K-chan. Hey, Shion, is this really the right thing to do? If Mion finds out that was just a strategy to get the irresistible swimsuit off her, then she'll rip me apart. Well, I guess sacrificing myself is a small price compared to saving the galaxy. My swimsuit. I was thinking I might change into the one I brought with me, though I'm not so confident. The swimsuit I brought today is really a boring swimsuit that's neither cute nor sexy. Everyone will be disappointed. Of course, that includes you, right? Wear this. What's this? I believe this swimsuit will best bring out your charms. Keiichi handed her a paper bag with the swimsuit that Shion had provided him with. Okay. Curious. He had no idea what the swimsuit was. Oh no! Okay. We'll see how this goes. We have already actually seen Mion's swimsuit in one of the previous games, though. He had no idea what the swimsuit was like, but he lied through his teeth so he could get her to change into it, letting him recover the irresistible swimsuit. Sure. Got it. Promise not to laugh if I don't look good in it. Okay? Of course, I won't. Also, I'll take the irresistible swimsuit back to Rika-chan on your behalf, so bring it out with you. Huh? Well, why do I have to give you the swimsuit I just took off? Why? If you really insist, then, I guess it's fine. Stop, don't blush. I'm saying this for the sake of the galaxy. Anyway, please hurry. Mia went back into the women's change room with light-headed steps. Okay, Kei-chan. See, sis was an easy mark, right? It was easy up to this point, but I'm afraid of tomorrow. You just made me trigger a tragedy flag. I know it. I mean, technically everything you said was true, actually. It just normally you wouldn't have bothered saying it. Even if we save the galaxy, there's no hope of salvation for me. That's just a matter of whether or not you make up your mind already. Make up my mind about what? If you remain too dense, then you'll trigger my tragedy flag in addition to hers. Ah, sis, welcome back. You look great in that. Oh, what is this? This swimsuit. Mion came back from the changing wearing something extremely familiar, even if she did look incredibly good in it. This is Angel Mort's uniform. Isn't it? That's right, sis. You look just as great in it as ever. Okay, now take this out. Sharon quickly removed Mion's hair tie. Her long hair flowed free of its former ponytail, and so now it looked like two Shions were standing there. Well, what's the meaning of this? That was when they heard Uncle Yoshiro's voice. He was calling for Shion-chan. Ah, there you are, Shion-chan, sorry. Can you come back from break? We got a sudden rush of customers and we can't handle them all. Huh? Hold on. I'm not Shion. I'm Mion. Either works for me. If you're in Angel Mort's uniform, that's good enough. Come on, let's go. Sorry, sis, we're busy saving the galaxy, so please take care of the restaurant for me. I'll remember this! Off to work. 2 to go. Here. Now we've safely recovered 2. Alright, let's toss this in the magic trash can fast. We have only 15 minutes left. All thanks to Sis taking her sweet time changing. Hello? In the next instant, the wooden hammer used to hit temple gongs came flying out of nowhere and struck Keiichi right in the back of the head. While the hammer had originally been aiming for Shion, she cleanly dodged it. I found you! Wasn't Dr. Eerie watching you? Why are you here? Shia-chan, how dare you? There is no reason good enough to warrant shocking me out of the blue. Honestly, I'm just glad you didn't die of a heart attack from the taser. Satoko. Now, don't be mad. Once you hear why, you'll understand why it had to be done. The truth is, those ears of swimsuits you all wearing. Those are dangerous treasures of the Furude Shrine, right? I had a revelation from God while I was passed out. Once the irresistible swimsuits were removed, Hanyu was able to make contact and explain the circumstances. Only because she was unconscious, right? Otherwise, can Hanyu talk to Mion, or does it take time? Or did, Hanyu burn up all her mana speaking to Satoko? Either way, we have an ally. Yay! Though, Satoko, you need clothes. Thanks to her divine power, everyone could understand the situation without any confusion. I was enjoying that irresistible swimsuit, but I would, in fact, prefer to keep living in the same galaxy. How many people are left? 2 left. Just Rika-chan and Rena. We're down to 15 minutes remaining. We don't have time to chat. Let's hurry. Come on, you two. Who do we target next? Rika-chan, right? If we bring Rika back to her senses, everything should fall into place. Renaissance seems pretty calm and collected about the whole thing. So if you make Rika understand that it's dangerous and ask her to take it off, she should give it back easily. Unless she wants to return by death. I don't think it'll go that quickly with Rika-chan. She normally puts on an act, but she's still a cunning veteran club member. Rika-chamas absorbed the followers that stuck to Sis and Satoko, so now she has a huge throng of bodyguards. Wah! Damn that Rika-chan, she's doing it on purpose, isn't she? With her repeatedly pulling off those enchanting poses, those guys' excitement is at dangerous levels. Rika does tend to enjoy making men eat out of the palm of her hand. In other words, she would be the most impregnable target of them all. However, it was also highly likely that conquering Rika-chan would resolve everything all at once. She was basically the final boss. Even so, it was worth circumventing her and conquering Satoko and Mion first. Having the Trap Master, Satoko, on their side was a big deal. Plus, having Mion take her place meant that the reliable Shion was freed from the bonds of hourly wage labor. That also made it seem like it would be even better to conquer Rena and get her on their side first. But we don't have time. We can't afford to go slow and steady. Yes. We should focus all of our effort into settling the battle against Rika. I doubt a surprise attack will work on Rika-chama. That said, I don't see how we can win just by attacking her head-on. Look at the hearts in the eyes of those bodyguards. I'll die for Rika-chan is practically written on their faces. Ho ho ho! Please, Keiji-san, no matter how many non-club members gather together against us, their numbers mean nothing before my traps. This was their strategy. Satoko would move in ahead of time and set up a kill zone. Of powerful traps. Then Keiichi and Shion would launch their attack while Satoko blocked off the escape paths. Together they drive Rika's followers into the kill zone, putting a stop to them. They would also need additional traps to confuse the bodyguards. Once she lost them, Rika would finally decide to flee in order to protect herself. Satoko disappeared in the crowd for a while, and then after about 5 minutes she came back after getting the all-clear sign. Alright. Let's go. Protect the galaxy. Yeah. Rika-sama. Rika-sama. Ah, so beautiful. Now, Rika-san, allow us to put some sunscreen on you. No, why don't you join us under this parasol and enjoy the tapioca milk tea instead? Ah, we can't allow Rika-chan's skin to burn. Now get under my shadow. Me, I feel very comfortable. It's like I've become a queen. Nipa. What is it? Pop, pop, pop. After the sound of explosions, most of the crowd began sneezing. A huge amount of Satoko's secret pepper mix, bang snaps, erupted within them. The rising clouds of pepper smoke were sending the bodyguards into a sneezing hell. Attack! It's an attack! Evacuate Rika-sama to safety. Calm down. Satoko's traps are a diversion. Strengthen our rear guard. Come on, Rika-san. Hide behind us. As expected from Rika, she didn't even flinch at such an attack. However, even if Rika could issue appropriate commands, the bodyguards following her were just amateurs. Let's go, Shion. Doria! Yes, roger that. Take that! Oh, whoa! Kersplash, kersplash, kersplash. Keiichi and Shion turned the lane dividers into jump ropes, and the bodyguards fell in the pool one after another. Satoko, now! Rika! These swimsuits are too dangerous for a prank. Satoko nimbly leapt through the path, cleared by Keiichi and Shion, swinging in on a rope. What is the rope attached to? We're in the middle of an open-air pool. What could it be? Where is the rope suspended from? Of course, Keiichi and Shion weren't slacking off either. They were still going wild with the lane dividers, dumping the bodyguards into the pool like they were playing some kind of game. Satoko, why are you mad? You had such a fun time too. You never told me the galaxy would be destroyed because of them. What are you talking about? While they managed to confuse the bodyguards and get them off of Rika, she was quite nimble herself. She looked like she was spinning around as she ran, but she was cleverly predicting Satoko's trap zones and evading them. As I thought, Rika, you can see right through me. I know everything about you, down to how you sleep, how you yawn, your habits, and your tastes. Nipa. This is bad. If she's reading Satoko's traps this thoroughly, this is no time to be playing tag, damn it. The hour is almost up. No, there's one more option. Satoko should realize that too. We'll just have to gamble on that. Ah, crap. Keiichi slipped. The bodyguards didn't let that chance escape and dogpiled onto Kiichi. Oh no. Shion, take care of the rest. I'll get out of this somehow. No, let's go. Let go, Mian, yeah. Kiichi struggled to escape from the mountain of bodyguards that kept leaping in and piling on top of him. The club members couldn't wait for his escape, though. So instead, Shion steeled her resolve. Shion's stern gaze met Satoko's eyes. With just that moment of eye contact, they both understood what the other was planning. That's the only way to stop Rika, though. This really should be Kei-chan's role. Oh well, we'll have to leave the rest to him. Ooh, I don't know what you two are plotting, but even with the two of you, I won't fall for Satoko's traps that easily. It was true. Rika had a solid read on them. Satoko's traps were very dangerous. That was all the more reason. She always subconsciously made sure to keep herself from getting caught in their activation. That was why she could predict Satoko's traps by gauging the distance she kept while driving others towards them. No matter how close she was pressed in, Satoko always backed off when pushing them into a trap zone. As long as she didn't miss that moment, she would never be driven into Satoko's traps. Meaning that she's going to purposely ignore her own thing in order to get launched into a trap herself. Isn't that how the Senbone Zakura works? From Bleach? You guys remember that one fight where the guy's like, you have this one zone that you can't use Senbone Zakura because it'll hurt you. But then, well, you guys have watched Bleach. Though the moment you're convinced of that is the moment you've fallen for my trap, huh? Now, Satoko. Satoko and Shion both leapt at her together. It certainly wasn't impossible to overwhelm her with the two attacking at once. However, there were still many more bodyguards around. Even if they both restrained her temporarily, the crowd of bodyguards would quickly peel them off of her and restrain them. That's why she couldn't understand it. For a moment, she couldn't understand Satoko and Shion's play, and that opening was all they needed to grapple her. Naturally, the bodyguards rushed Rika-sama shouting, "Save her," and ended up in a massive ball of people. There was no way they could strip her swimsuit from her with all of the men there. What? No way. The ultimate technique of Satoko's style trap arts. Casting aside your own safety and incorporating yourself into the trap. No way. You're actually hitting yourself too? Save Rika-sama! Rika-sama! Kei-chan, the rest is up to you. Kaboom! A roar, a flash, an explosion. Satoko's all trap erupted. After the tremendous smoke slowly cleared, Rika as well as Satoko and Shion, and also all of the bodyguards were passed out with stars circling above their heads. Satoko had never once before used the kamikaze technique of catching both herself and her opponent in the same trap. That wasn't because she couldn't do it. She had held it in reserve the whole time, to use as a trump card one day when facing Rika, the person close to her, who knew everything about her traps. However, since both Shion and Satoko had grappled Rika, they had both taken the full brunt of the trap. All three of them had rings of stars spinning above their heads. Incredible. She took them all out at once. However, there was no time to savor this victory. They were already down to only 5 minutes. They'd taken Rika down, but they still had Rena left. He also had lost all the allies he could count on. Did you remember to put that one outfit in the trash can so it could get magically blessed by God? Even so, I have to fight. I'm the only one who can save the galaxy. Keiichi approached Rika with the towel they had readied, and then he finally realized the fatal flaw in this situation. No, wait. Crap. Who's going to remove Rika-chan's swimsuit? I think this is when Mio Takano shows up, right? Just don't harvest her organs. Because usually Mio Takano does disembowel Rika. And that's a bad thing. Cutting Rika's stomach open and removing her intestines is very, very bad. Will I have to do it? However, they had caused a big commotion. Lots of normal guests were looking over to see what was going on, so we would have to sneakily carry Rika-chan somewhere away from people, Kiichi thought. Impossible. There were even more normal guests now than it was afternoon. It was impossible to find a place out of sight, and if anyone happened to see, rumors would spread through the entire village that he'd be arrested on the spot. The fate of the galaxy rests on removing her swimsuit. But of course he couldn't say that to some woman he didn't know and ask for her help. It's finished. Our galaxy is done for. I'll remove it for you. Just turn around and face the other way. Huh? Rena? Rena appeared out of nowhere and safely recovered Rika-chan's swimsuit. What was going on? I mean, Rena is very perceptive. So, yay, thank you for being cool, Rena. Also, I really like this flower. Really like that flower on her hair. The swimsuits Rika-chan brought really were full of incredible power, huh? It wouldn't be odd if there was some kind of price to pay for it. Besides, there's no meaning to charm if you don't cultivate yourself. If you get popular from charm that isn't your own, you'll just feel empty in the end. Agreed. But still, it'd be nice. Uh-oh. He thought Rena would be the most elated about it all, but the truth was the exact opposite. Rena had been calm from the very start. After seeing that Rika's swimsuits actually possessed supernatural power, she suspected that there had to be some kind of catch behind it. Huh? Then from the start you... Yeah, I was afraid of them, so I decided not to wear it. Well, what? You didn't? Then I could have given you a revelation and gotten you on our side way before now? I thought you were wearing one and couldn't receive my messages. Ow. Though we're really lucky you didn't. We have less than 5 minutes left, but now we might just barely... Oh my god, no! 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 Wait, yes! Because initially I was like, no! It must mean Mio Takano's wearing it, and the galaxy's gonna be destroyed. And then I'm like, wait a minute. That means Mio Takano's gonna be wearing it! And we get to see Mio Takano in a fucking swimsuit. It's kind of like, what was that game I played? The Horrific Xanatorium? Where, like, I was fucking bitching about not seeing the tall, busty woman in a swimsuit. And at the very end of the end credits, they fucking give me that, and I'm like, yes! But it's like, on the way I'm like, oh no, Mio Takano's gonna be wearing the outfit. No, the galaxy will be destroyed. And I'm like, wait a second, Mio Takano's gonna be wearing the outfit. Yes! So where is the irresistible swimsuit intended for you? Though we're really lucky you didn't. We have less than 5 minutes left, but now we might just barely make it. So this scenario ends with the end of the world, doesn't it? So where is the irresistible swimsuit intended for you? It's in my locker in the changing room. I'll go get it. There's almost no time left. Please hurry. Yeah, got it. Huh? Kaboom! Rena felt herself step on something unusual, and a huge wash tub hit her square in the head. It was one of the traps set for the battle against Rika that hadn't gone off. Ow! Wouldn't that hurt someone really badly? Rena, are you okay? Oh, I'm fine. Okay. Thump. Rena spun around twice and then collapsed onto the ground. Her eyes are filled with stars, too. What a terrible reversal at the very last minute. This is just plain bad, isn't it? Rena's swimsuit is still inside the women's changing room. Fortunately, Rena had the locker number and the key on her arm, so that's taken care of, but there's no way I can go into the women's changing room. Satoko, Chion, and Rena are all passed out and done for, Kiichi thought. Oh, right. Mion. There's Mion. Her uncle dragged her away, saying they were busy with customers, but surely she's free by now. Eh? This isn't the end of the line? Please don't run. If you all won't cooperate, then we won't be able to keep the restaurant open here anymore. Everyone, please prepare your payments ahead of time, so you won't need any change. Oh, we have new limitations on the menu. Customers are now limited to one pretty poolside Patanko pudding per customer. Hey, Mion, can you lend a hand to save the galaxy? Saku-chan, take over the line management for a second. I'm going into the back to give the owner a break. Everyone stay hydrated. Don't get heat stroke. Hina-chan, Rin-chan, man the registers. I'm also heading into the back. So, water. Kya, Sonozaki-san collapsed. Fuck! The Okonomiya Public Pool branch of Angel Mort was doing tremendously great business. Apparently they were offering a special bonus today, so they were swarmed with a terrible number of customers. Mion was fighting bravely on the front lines, but then she collapsed. Fuck. No, what do I do now? This is bad. There goes my final hope. That was the last person who might go into the girls' changing room for me. I was kind of hoping that Mio Takano would just naturally have this, and we had to, like, me and Rena would work together to get the swimsuit. Just because I was... But I'm pretty sure if I just go to Google image search, I could probably type in Mio Takano and get images not only of her in a swimsuit, but, you know, other things. Or lack of things. There was only 5 minutes left. He was completely out of ideas for a woman he could convince in such a short time to bring him some suit from Rena's locker. Chie-sensei, maybe. In order to save the galaxy. Well, what do we do now, Kiichi? At this rate, the galaxy is doomed. Can't you use your incredible persuasion powers to con someone into doing something about this? That power might only work on other men. Can't you use your divine powers to convince some girl to do it? Right now, my powers are weak, and I can only provide revelations to club members since they're so close to me. Gah! What do we do? What am I supposed to do? There's no time. And then the world ends, we're dead. At this point, Kiichi, you'll have to brave the women's changing room for the sake of the galaxy. I refuse. If the price for saving the galaxy is being labeled a pervert who stormed to the women's changing room, then it's too much. There's too little reward for it. If it means bearing the label, then I would rather perish and have "He was a gentleman towards women until the end" carved into my tombstone. So you're saying you could do it if you were rewarded? So... So you're saying you could do it if you're rewarded, if you're granted a reward that's worth it, then you can find the bravery to charge into the women's changing room? But there is no reward. The galaxy is finished. Keiji, I promise you this. I'll use all of my current power to grant you the ultimate miracle once you safely return from the women's changing room. Why did you get blurry? I'm listening. I'll grant you a wonderful summer love affair. The brave savior of the galaxy will end up drinking juice from the same heart-shaped straw as a beautiful woman in a swimsuit by the poolside. I promise I will absolutely make that happen. But will you, though? 1. Will I survive? 2. Can you even do that? Hanyu, is that a thing you can do? Okay, got it. No more problems. Leave the galaxy to me. Though, that being said, what now, Mabura Kichi? Be cool, Mabura Kichi. How will you retrieve Rena's swimsuit from the women's changing room? Will you ask someone? You have no leads. You have to do it yourself. However, it's plain as day what will happen if a guy goes in the women's changing room. Right. First, he headed to the first aid station. Eerie was still asleep. There were stars circling above his head. On his arm was the key for his locker. Keiichi borrowed that and headed for the man's changing room. Him entering the men's changing room was no problem at all. Honestly, it would have taken 5 minutes just to do this much. He opened the locker, listened on the... Actually, it probably would take 5 minutes for Hanyu's conversation. He opened the locker, listed on the key tag, and found Eerie's belongings. Coaches mentioned before. He told Satoko to change into his English maid-style swimsuit. That means he has one with him, a woman's swimsuit. He even mentioned that he had it available in all possible sizes. I knew it. There it is. He even has a woman's wig to go along with it. But what was Coach planning to do with this after bringing it to the pool? Oh, Keiichi, there's no time to be impressed. Whoa, 3 minutes left? But in order to pull off this operation, I have to cast it aside. My pride as a man, my gentlemanly spirit, everything that's made me who I am today. There was only 120 seconds left. Is that a slight reference to Tatari Goroshi from Chapter 3? A girl in an English maid-style swimsuit was timidly entering the women's changing room. Jesus Christ! Calm down. Be cool, Mabura Kichi. I'm not a peeping Tom. I'm not a pervert. I'm doing this to save the galaxy. Don't look around you. I'm not here to watch women change. So don't look around you. Look only at your feet. Ah, but if I only look at my feet, then I can't make my way to Rena's locker. Oh well, I'll just have to occasionally look up. A sweet aroma filled my nostrils. No way. Why is a space for women to change and filled with such a sweet smell? Don't blush and don't panic, Mabura Keiichi. Don't walk around with a boner. It's alright, you're currently cross-dressing. Don't act suspicious. Don't blush and don't panic. It's alright, you're currently cross-dressing. Don't act suspicious, and no one will notice. As long as no one finds out, then you're fine. Beware of perverts. Beware of peepers. You see anyone suspicious, inform the nearest staff member. Beware of locker thieves. You see anyone suspicious, report them immediately. Do not tolerate perverts. Deaf to perverts. Seize any enemies to women, strip them bare, and drag them through the city completely nude. Ah, if I'm caught, I'm dead, socially, mentally, and physically. They'll make me regret being born a man, and then kill me. Bounce, bounce, jiggle, jiggle. Rustle, rustle. Snap, snap. It's hell. This is hell disguised as heaven. I strongly refuse to let blood surge down below. That's the one thing I must avoid. Empty your mind and heart. Become the Zen Buddha monk. Go monk mode. We must go monk mode. Achieve inner peace. Mabura Kichi, you must not be tempted by their allure, so that you can save the galaxy. Keiichi! There's no time to waste. There's only 1 minute left. Damn it. Then what happens? Then what happens. He raced through in one shot. Rena's locker was right there. He nimbly... Damn it. Then what happens? He raced through in one shot. Rena's locker was right there. He nimbly unlocked it and opened Rena's knapsack. There, that drawstring pouch. The moment he pulled it out, an oddly small handkerchief with frills and a small ribbon fell out alongside it. So you're telling me the irresistible swimsuit for Rena would have been a thong and a ribbon, to where literally a fucking set of pasties would have covered her tits better. Yes, it's only a handkerchief. Don't question him, Barbara. That means the only reason why Rena didn't wear the irresistible swimsuit is because this game would have then been classified as a hentai game then, if she wore something that risque. Where Rena is such a girly girl, even her handkerchiefs are so small, so light, and so cute. Keiichi, 30 seconds left. Do you not want your possible love affair of a beautiful woman in a swimsuit? Okay. Is it going to be Mio Takano in a swimsuit? Ooh, Galaxy, 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 falsetto. Only scant seconds left. He dashed out of the women's changing room and threw the drawstring pouch toward the magic trash can by the entrance. Though I'm expecting everyone in the club to be suddenly awake and to see me in it, including the coach. Which, you know what, I'm sure is going to be hilarious. Though I'm sure Hanyu can explain to Rika. Please go in. Do we make a three-pointer shot out of basketball? Keiichi for the win! Yeah! Whoop! Did we miss? Yeah, he did it! The last swimsuit disappeared in the magic trash can and was purified. There was only 1 second left to spare. Mankind, no, the Earth, and the whole galaxy were saved. Keiichi. No, the savior of our galaxy. Congratulations on your success. I'm exhausted after sending away 4 foreign objects. But, as promised, I'll use the last of my power to grant you your poolside dream. Now then, Keiichi, until we meet again. On the next night of Watanagashi. I did it! I actually did it! He honestly wanted to strike a victory pose and shout out loud. However, he was still cross-dressing. There were plenty of guests from Hinamizawa around him as well. For now, he would hold it in and duck into a bathroom or something in order to change back into male attire. Hey, hold up, lady. What? Some delinquents with pompadours were hassling Keiichi. Why would you have a pompadour? Who has that hairstyle anymore? He must have run into them while he dashed out of the women's changing room to throw the swimsuit into the trash. You broke my bro's collarbone. Bullshit. What you gonna do for us now? It hurts, it hurts. This ain't gonna heal unless have a drink with me. What the hell are these punks saying? Besides, I'm a guy, though I can't reveal that right now. Doing so might get rid of the delinquents, but then a normal guest would find out that Mabara Keiichi came out of the women's changing room dressed like a girl. I have to wait for my chance without exposing that I'm a guy. Hey, hold it right there. I won't stand by and watch 3 guys gang up on a woman. Huh? Who? What the hell? But buzz off. The delinquents were slightly overwhelmed despite their show of spirit. That was because the man who showed up was someone who could never be described as weak. Tomotaki, the muscles in his legs were visibly toned, and it was obvious they had both endurance and explosive strength. His arm muscles were impressive as well. They were nicely tanned, and it was clear that he never once skipped out on training underneath the hot sun. His head was shaved and a clean crew cut as well. Not to mention the fact that his burning gaze was filled with unwavering resolve. I'm the ace of Oishia High School baseball team, and I'm willing to give up participating in Koshin if it means protecting a woman. Would you rather see my blazing fastball here and now, or in the stadium? But wow. You know, he kind of reminds me of Zushi from Hunter x Hunter. Keiichi never thought the day would come where he saw his soul brother, Kamada-kun, displaying such glory. He was the kind of pervert to compare a dessert to a woman and then lick and slurp it down. But in that very moment, he looked like a savior. Me. I didn't do anything wrong. It's all Hanyu's fault. You should be more sorry about this. You nearly wiped out the galaxy. By the way, why am I in an Angel Mort uniform? Because you should feel guilty for your crimes and atone by working in Shion-san's stead. So items from another world are made of antimatter? If that's the case, can we just take items from another world and use it for like faster than life travel? Also, this swimsuit does look very good on you, Mion. Also, I like the music. I know I keep saying it, and people probably feel like it's lost its, impact, but I really, really do like the music for all of these Higurashi games. The music is very, very good, and I am very appreciative of such good music. If only there were some way to utilize that energy for something. The miracle of making you popular just by wearing it takes so much energy it can destroy the galaxy. In other words, if you really want to be popular, then instead of taking shortcuts, you just try and work on yourself instead. By the way, where is the savior of our galaxy? According to Hanyu, he's drinking juice by the poolside with a beautiful woman in a swimsuit. I don't see him, though. I wonder where he is. You don't need to hold back. It's my treat. Go on. Drink up, slurp. Why do I have to drink juice from a heart-shaped straw with Kamada-kun? Am I not the savior? Is the savior Kamada-kun? The gods of Hinamizawa are awful. I knew they couldn't be trusted. Give me back my offering! Rika just looked over here. Rika-chan, it's me, Keiichi. Notice me, please. And drag me away from Kamada-kun, please. Me. Well, Rika, did you see Keiichi-san over there? Nope, not at all. Nippa. No! Rika-chan! Oh? That swimsuit is an English maid-style swimsuit. To think a beautiful woman with such dignified maid soul would be found here at the poolside. What's that, old man? Oh, my soul brother Eerie. I was the first to speak to this girl, so please back off. I find it hard to believe you're capable of understanding the reserved culture of such a land as Britain. I find it hard to believe you're capable of understanding the reserved culture of such a land as Britain. A wonderful woman such as her needs a master of more fitting stature like me. Young lady, please hold on a moment. I'll remove this perverted old man in a jiffy. Once I'm done, I'll apply some sunscreen to your back. Laughably absurd. You are my ideal maid. I'll welcome you into my home and train you to be the ultimate servant. Doria! Take my bullet fastball! Foo-foo, how naive. That was a mere afterimage. Dr. Yuri, did you just pull out a fucking scalpel? I've already seen right through you. Oh ho, not bad. Bash, bash, bam, bam. The beautiful girl in a swimsuit and twin-tail wig sat at a poolside table with a parasol, watching as her two brave saviors fought over her. Die. And take the whole galaxy with you. The galaxy might be filled with countless stars, but the unhappy star of misfortune was always shining above Keiichi. What did it cost? Everything. Was that a Thanos reference? Avengers? Infinity War? The 2022 after party. And we're July 19th of 2025. 1:42 p.m. Okay, it's been a while since we had an after party. But let's go! Good work. It has been an awfully long time since we had an after party. We used to have one at the end of every story. I never thought we'd still be having them in the Reiwa era. After Showa comes Heisei, and Roa comes after that. Reiwa. What comes after Reiwa? Also, when does this start? What determines that? When is Reiwa era? Okay, it started May 2009. Means order. When does it end? So you're saying... So eras are dictated on... But technically this started in 2019. So it started on May 1st of 2019. Also, if it's based on this Naruhito, like, is that even what? Following the abdication of Akihito. Reiwa 5 is 2023. This is the Reiwa period. Historic shift, first era, derived classical. So there's no way of knowing what the next era would be called, or even when it would occur. Heck, it could last for a very, very long time. There is no way to know that it's determined at the time of succession. So the new era name is chosen when the... Okay, that's interesting, but a bit confusing. After Showa comes Heisei, and Reo comes after that. It's hard to keep track of them all. I agreed! I didn't even understand it worked that way. I want you to try counting out how old we were in the current Reiwa year when we started the 58-year Showa era. Nipa. No. Stop it. Stop the count. We'll always be in the prime of our youth. I suppose there might be some people who don't know what this after-party thing is about. So I'll go ahead and explain. Back when Higurashi When They Cry was published as a doujin game, it was released chapter by chapter. Basically every chapter except for Matsuri Bayashi ended in tragedy and left you feeling bad. Yes, that's right. So to clear those bad feelings away, we held these after-parties, where we all carried on like normal. Things were brutal for us in the stories too, so we wanted to cut loose here. Nipa. Apparently it's both our own after-party and an after-party for the production staff. That's right. It's also meant to celebrate the final build, so it's shenanigans all around. In actuality, the debug tournament from Hell starts right after this, so it's not really the final build at all. Nipa. I see. So that excitement and those agonizing cries come from the fact that they're making this right after their brains are completely fried from trying to finish said final build. Apparently they even got letters complaining that the awful excitement completely ruined the solemn feelings they had when the chapter ended. Well, that was a trope of doujin game development at the time, so cut them some slack. For those who don't know, a doujin work is a thing someone creates independently and then sells by themselves at event spaces. There are other opinions about what counts as doujin as well. Anyway, since doujin works are typically developed during the creator's spare time, there are no real deadlines. But since the days of events are held on are set well ahead of time, that ultimately creates deadlines for them anyway. So everyone ends up working until the deadline is right upon them. Then after an agonizing all-nighter that looks like something straight out of hell, they send it off for printing at the height of their exhaustion. That's why everyone's always burnt out by the time they finish the script, and these afterwards are usually written when they're in that state. Which is why it feels like everyone was always writing things like, "Good work, I'm tired," or "It was hell again." The afterwards from that era had an air of showing off, like they were bragging about how they didn't get any sleep. What a terrible culture. Nipa. They could have just honestly written about that, so why did they instead turn into those crazy after parties that were all over the place? Well, if the production staff coded in pictures of themselves and said, "Man, we're beat," and then it wouldn't be very cute, would it? So please stop uploading this stuff into pirate sites, everyone. Regardless, the atmosphere around Dojin game development back then thought of shaving years off your life as being praiseworthy. Well, you're only able to shave years off when you're still young. Yeah, when you shave years off when you're old, that's called dying of a heart attack. That's true. I guess our old man has truly become an old woman. And? Want to take it outside, you numbskull of the Valley of the Wind? What was that, my neighbor Dodo Brain? You're the cicada of our... I don't even know what that is. Our Eddie. You should do something about your Ponyo belly before talking badly of others, sis. You're the one who needs to go on a diet, you porco... Russo? Is that a reference to pork rinds? What are we talking... That has to be like a Japanese cultural thing, right? You can't say that one. What? You can't say that one. Say one what? What? And arguments like this that used to get even crazier and worse in the after parties of the old days. It actually feels nostalgic. Seeing that craziness again, I mean. Though they calmed down an awful lot in the titles after Higurashi, didn't they? That's because the tea parties that served as the after parties in those games got incorporated into the main story. That's what did away with the wild energy. There were no more after parties in the games that followed, huh? Having that much energy left over after going through hell was because of their youth. By the time Umaneko ended and the staff moved on to Higabana and Rose Guns, they were all worn out and withered. I guess youth truly is a limited asset. I always thought people could stay young forever, depending on their mindset, of course. Yeah. I'll say this. One depressing thing is aside from the fact that, well, I am getting older and I'm definitely much more tired a lot of the time. I'll say this. I love my mom very, 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 very much. And I am very lucky that she's alive, given a lot of stuff that's happened. But I would also expect within 10 years, old age. Last I can tell, as she gets older, she's in a bit of pain from certain things herself. I feel sad that she can't be her younger self. I feel sad that she's going to eventually die. Then again, so does everybody. Everybody dies eventually. Eventually I'm going to die. So, I'm just saying I feel sad when I think about that. I love my mom more than anyone else on the planet. Whenever that day comes, I'll be extremely devastated.
And I love my son too, but I'm also alienated from him as well. So I do feel like whenever my mom goes, I'll feel like I'll basically be alone in the world. Besides, even if there's a situation where things are better with me and my son, I'm the one who would have to be, supportive to him. Whereas my mom, I feel, is the only person, I could actually feel that would actually be a bit supportive of me. Someone I could actually rely on at least a little bit or trust. Believing that your youth will last forever is probably another privilege of the young. This has gotten kind of dour. This isn't what after parties are all about. Let's get our blood pumping. And then everyone has L5 and we all start killing each other and everyone dies. The end. The final after party ends with everyone being dead. I remember there was one of the Higurashi manga where it takes place in a diner like this, where Keiichi runs in and bashes everyone's heads in with a baseball bat. Rika at one point is overjoyed to see Keiichi, thinks he's going to save everybody, and then he hits her in the head with a bat, and Keiichi's like, and then Rika's like bleeding out of her skull with her brain matter, and it went from like, oh, super wholesome to the opposite of wholesome. Yes, pay attention. Kei-chan just said something really smart. We can be as dour as we want later. So let's enjoy this moment even more. That's right. People who can't enjoy the present will never be able to enjoy the future that comes after. Alright, then let's get this after party going. Today I brought a magic box from Ritual Storehouse. There's a round hole in the top. It looks like your average raffle box. Inside are pieces of paper with all kinds of topics on them. I get it. So we'll draw one of those slips and then discuss that topic. I'll go ahead and draw the first one then. Here we go. Here we go. What's it say? What kind of person would you want to marry? Oh, it's embarrassing right from the start. I'd say mainly someone I think is cute, who thinks I'm cute, who would never hurt me under any circumstance whatsoever, and is very affectionate at the end. Then let's have Kei-chan be a man and go first. No stereotypical answers either. You have to say what you generally feel. What do you mean no stereotypical answers? Huh? Why are you pinning my arms behind me? Nipa, here's a treasured injection from the Furude Shrine to make you answer honestly. So stop it. Stop. Rika, is that a syringe? Really safe to use on somebody? Of course, the effects are immediate. That's not what she was asking. See, Keiichi's look has already changed. Keiichi-kun, are you okay?
You don't feel ill, right? Hey, can you hear us? Why am I hearing Pink Floyd Comfortably Numb? We're gonna like see Keiichi. He's gonna look like something out like the Annoying Orange or something. What kind of person would you want to marry? He's just gonna like say Rena, DBC Fusion. I say Shion's pretty hot. And he just starts running around with a baseball bat, killing everyone. First, let's start by defining marriage. Are two people married after submitting their marriage registration? If so, then marriage is reduced to an administrative term used by cold-blooded officials. Is that acceptable? No, it is not. Marriage should be defined as when two souls are drawn to each other or vow to spend their lives together. Love is everything without love. Why did you get injected with ADHD? Without love, there can be no marriage. Yet there are gates of marriage open to any two people who love each other. No, it's not open to all. If love is everything, then age, nationality, religion, and even gender should mean nothing in the end. Since Japan does not allow that, then I can firmly declare the Japanese definition of marriage is not the same marriage I believe in. No, in fact, even asking parties to be human is foolish. Humans and animals, even humans and inorganic creatures, should be able to marry. Both parties love each other. They're certain of that. Then the bond between those two is eternal. Fuck. It's already eternal. How is that not marriage? How is it not? Now to return to the question at hand, what kind of person would I, Mamoru Keiichi, want to marry? The very question itself is flawed. It's mistaken. Oh my god. You've already being too narrow-minded by limiting it to people. You don't get it. At this point, Keiichi Mamoru has already married over 100 wives, of course. Did we die in a microwave? They are not people, nor are they animals. The one that I first married was a silicone bra. Well, whether making a sex toy joke or a harem joke. I don't really get it, but I think I'll pretend I didn't hear any of that. By silicone, does he mean a doll? Was Keiichi-san referring to the doll that served as the mother when he played house as a little boy? Keiichi-san is surprisingly pure. Me, Nipa. I hope you stay this way forever, Satoko. By the way, what kind of person would you want to marry, sis? Me? Well, of course, I'd like to marry someone who's mastered every martial arts, has a thorough understanding of cryptography, works for an international spy agency, and I would just want someone who went through school together with me and was always friends with me. I mean, that'd be nice. Someone who just turned to me at some point one day and asked, "Do you want to live together, I think?" Well, that sounds really sweet and adorable. And I agree completely. That would be nice. Because that's based off of, you're marrying somebody that you know on a deep personal level. And that's really... I don't know. What can I say? I value ideas of emotional bonds. Yes, I care a lot about sex and intimacy and, affection and affection both in terms of outright sex and just being doted upon. But I do like the idea of actually being close friends with the person you're romantic with. I feel like it should be someone you actually care about as a person and actually understand and are cared about as a person and understood by. I value emotional intimacy. What is that, Rena? That's so plain. I think you should be dreaming a bit bigger. Honestly, it's hardly worth trying to support you, sis. Well then, let's just draw the next topic. I'll do it. Here we go. It says this year is Higurashi's 20th anniversary. That's incredible. We've been around for 20 years by now. Wow, it's already been that long. We've only been able to make it this far thanks to everyone's support. Everyone now and then Every now and then I get anxious about what everyone from Heisei and Reiwa area thinks about the Showa vibe we have. Honestly, I don't understand or know myself, but I think that's a very interesting thing to look at. Like, I don't understand it, nor could I be informed enough to really do this. But what I mean is this. What if someone out there were to organize all of the doujins of each of these eras? You know, you have like... Heck, what if you were to divide anime and manga and video games of the different eras? Like how would video games made during the Showa era in terms of tone and theme compare to ones now? And even then, I don't really know when. Like, I know 20 years ago was technically the Showa era, and then it ended at some point. It became the Heisei era, and then it became the Reiwa era in the 2019. But I think it would be interesting if you went back in time and, like, especially in terms of like video games and music. But obviously, heck, if you had a history of every era in all of Japanese history, how would each one be described? But like, here's the question. How would one describe, like, if you had to describe what is a Showa era vibe, what is that? Whatever it is, I'm sure I like it, because that's the era that created this game, and the Showa era vibes, you know, I like it, but I don't know how you describe it. But that's the question. How would you describe the differences in anime and manga between each of these eras as defined by, you know, the way the Japanese divide them? Either way, I like it. For one thing, 20 years ago, the original author wrote Higurashi thinking it would only get read by people attending Kamaket. Culture will change over 20 years. What would pass for a joke 20 years ago is unforgivable now, and the opposite is also true. This game is a work of fiction that was written in the 14th year of the Heisei era. I hope those who install this game understand that it was written in a time with different culture and different values. Also keep in mind that people in America don't... I mean, it's awesome that you guys keep track of time this way. I think any sort of additional things that... It's cool when it comes to like keeping track of video games and stuff, but it's a bit confusing by my take. Maybe it's just because I'm not really familiar with it. But my understanding is that, you know, this, like, I'm playing this in the year 2025, and this game was released, this 10th version of the game, well, 10th chapter, was released in 2023. The Reiwa era, however you pronounce it, started in 2019. And this was the 14th year of the Heisei era, which I don't even know what year that would be. But I do know that Higurashi itself originally started in 2003, which is technically 22 and a half years ago. Which means this game is older than some... This game is older than some people out there that are of legal age to drink in America. We also cannot guarantee that owning and playing this game will always remain legal in the future Japan. Though it's a bit crude that we have to make things like that clear at the very beginning now. It may be crude, but that's the kind of era we're heading into. Now anything and everything is permanently recorded in the digital realm, and without adding a disclaimer like that, it can be misinterpreted as a reflection of the author's current values. It's also been 20 years for the author since writing Higurashi. I'm sure his thoughts and ideas have changed between then and now. The author even said that he was able to write Higurashi precisely because it was 20 years ago when he was young. He mentioned that if he were to try to write it now at his current age, then even if the setting was the same, it would end up turning into a completely different story. After aging 20 whole years, well, a whole lot would change. All the staff members who endured that agonizing development hell would be 20 years older now too. Heck, we have the same thing in the story too. Rika's personality changes because, the 100-Year Witch. Frederica Birkenstell. Where Rika is a different person because she's had 100+ years of time looping, especially through very, traumatic, not super happy, comfortable experiences. There's no way they could all just sleep in the same room until it was finished now. Each of them has children and they have families to spend time with, not to mention the huge difference in their stamina and concentration between then and now. That said, it's still possible for them to challenge themselves with writing stories that they can only write now after living through the past 20 years, right? That's very true. Though I think it's also incredible that they're still holding on to the energetic feeling that Higurashi had 20 years ago. That's something we can't be grateful enough for. We were only able to reach this 20th anniversary thanks to everyone's support. So thank you very much, everyone. You have no idea how much it means or how encouraging it is that you all continue to support us, and that people are still enjoying Higurashi even to this day. Our Hinamizawa may forever be trapped in the 58th year of the Showa era, but we'll stay in good spirits and keep going wild forever. We'll always be full of energy, growing paranoid, reaching level 5, and running wild. It would be lovely if we're able to do something special for the 20th anniversary, wouldn't it? Hehehe. I have a few ideas of my own. Well, we don't know if any of them will come to fruition, but it would be lovely if we are able to do something. Then I guess the next one is the last one. Alright, I'll pick the last one. Here we go. The anime, Higurashi Go and Satsu. That's our topic. Yes. Let me talk about this first. As Hinamizawa's conscience, I have never once developed level 5 symptoms. I was the angel who never doubted her friends. I think most of the fans who cheered for me decided to support me because of that. Shi-chan's Hinamizawa syndrome was quite different this time, and it brought out a different kind of fear and sadness. I can't believe you stomped my head in that badly and shoved me into the outhouse. I know, right? That was so gross, wasn't it? The angelic Mion-chan would never be able to do such a thing. What were you going to do if you made all my fans throughout the nation disgusted with me? That's not what really makes you appealing anyway. I think your true fans enjoy watching you go wild. What's that supposed to mean? Then go ahead and list 10 things that are appealing about me. 10? Heh, piece of cake. Huh? First off, the index finger of right hand is cute, you know? Next, the middle... oh, fuck you. The right hand is cute, you know? Next. K-chan, you jerk. You had it very good for yourself, Mion-san. The things people said about me were awful. Agreed, Satoko. Because in all of the visual novels, you are a good person, if not fucked over. But in the anime, you become a villain and you are literally a serial killer doing horrible, evil things. Though technically you do speak to your former older self at one point. Your older version of yourself is horrified at the person you have become. And then you murder your old self. And then continue being a serial killer. Which is very depressing. That's not true. Your Nini understands you. It was all Rika-chama's fault. In this world, there are just some people who hate studying, no matter how hard you try and make them do it. For me, the anime was just tragedy after tragedy after tragedy. It was still full of surprising and unexpected scenes, though, so it was a lot of fun. Yeah, according to the author, the anime was full of surprises even for him, so he was able to enjoy it like a normal viewer. What started as a text-only outline became a series composition outline, and then a script, and then storyboards, and then finally images were animated. Though people imagine scenes differently if it's just text, right? True, and of course, technically there have been like half a dozen Higurashi animes made at this point. So because of that, there were several scenes that shocked even the author. Sometimes it's best to leave it to the experts. Besides, things that are fun to read as text and things that are fun to watch as anime are slightly different too. True, agreed. For example, there are certain flows to a story that works better in a visual novel, but doesn't work in animation. But in animation, sometimes you get filler scenes which were not originally in the visual novel, but are still really awesome and enjoyable. And at the same time, again, there are some things that work in text and some things that don't. Some things that work in anime, some things that don't. But I think it's awesome that you get to enjoy the story in different mediums. Plus, I think another way to look at it is this. Pacing. Usually an anime or a movie is a much faster pacing. Heck, take Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit. A lot of times when that stuff gets adapted into a movie, there's a lot of cut content. Heck, take a lot of light novels. Like I said, Reincarnated as a Slime and Overlord are adapted from light novels into anime. But there is so much in the light novels that never gets even brought up in the anime. Because one, it would be so long. Plus, there's just certain ways, like, it's very difficult to convey it, what you do in a novel, the same way in an anime. But it also is really cool to hear the people talking and to see them moving and even see the pictures themselves. That being said, a good thing about stories is that it lets you take it at your own pace, and it sets the pacing very differently, so it allows much more time for the emotional impact of what's happening to set in with the person. Whereas with an anime, yes, it's still emotional, you're seeing and hearing it, but it's like you're watching it, so it's more passive, whereas if you're reading it, it's more active and you're more actively thinking about it. But also it's this. If you're watching an anime and something like shocks you, it doesn't matter how fucking shocked you are. The story, unless you like pause the fucking video, the fucking episode just keeps going. And then you get shocked by the next thing, and you don't really get a moment to really properly take something in. It'd be kind of like, it's like comparing old style movies to like TikTok stuff, to where like you're seeing something, but then the next thing, and it makes it hard to really properly emotionally process it or even really remember it correctly. Whereas having something as like it's don't get me wrong, I think it's awesome to have it in multiple mediums. Like I think like a story like this, it's awesome to have an actual novel version with some of these pictures in the back, like a visual novel, where it's still, you're reading it, but you do at least have the pictures, but nothing's animated. You're focusing on the text and the story itself. But it's also great to have manga. It's great where it's like a little bit of dialogue, but it's like tons of pictures that are a lot more variety. And then, of course, you have anime. And, of course, in all of it, you enjoy the great music. I'm just saying this. I think a lot of good stories are great in multiple mediums, and I think they add to each other. For example, like, honestly, I can't even pick one thing. But how about I pick something that doesn't have anything else? Spyro the Dragon. There was never a Spyro the Dragon manga. If there was, I have no knowledge of it. But like, I would imagine, like, heck, a lot of times I walk on the bike trails, and I think it'd be cool if I could actually just walk around the levels from Spyro the Dragon. But it's... Imagine if you had a Spyro the Dragon manga that covers the events of the video game, but as a manga. I'm just saying, I like this visual novel. I like the animes. I like what I've seen of the mangas. I think, if done well, a story that is adapted, whether it starts as an anime and then is eventually made into a manga or a novel, or starts as a novel and gets made into an anime and then a manga, or whatever order it goes in, as long as it's done well and is faithful to the original source material, I think it just adds to the enjoyment of this series. Now, of course, obviously, if you're not faithful to the original source material, it can have some disastrous. For example, take the manga Gantz, or Gantz. It's a very... Now, honestly, I think if you're not familiar with it, Gantz, Gantz, it's very graphic. It's very violent. And there's a lot of blood. There's a lot of very, very explicit things. It's up there with Berserk in terms of how graphic it is. But I'll say this. It's an extremely long, very deep manga. They made a very short anime that only covers like the very first arc, and it changes a lot of things, and I feel from both the animation style and the way they handled the story, I think they completely fucked it up. Don't get me wrong, I still enjoyed being able to watch the anime, but I feel the way they did Gantz was a bit disappointing when you compare it to the actual manga. I'm just saying I really enjoy this. I'm an otaku, okay? I like anime and video games. But the main point is this. Whether you read it as a visual novel, or you read it as a light novel, or you read it as a manga, or you watch it as an anime, it's a different experience, and things are different. Certain things work different in different mediums, and of course there's different... And sometimes there's certain animes like Tenchi that, gets retellings like Tenchi Muyo, Tenchi Universe, Tenchi Tokyo. But while I certainly have a preference and what I consider, canon, I enjoyed all of the others. Though I still say I think Mihoshi, Kione, Washu, and Ryoko are all very, very sexy, very beautiful. There are some moments when my successive traps can cause an unexpected combo that would shock even myself, despite being the one who set them. One good example is the scene where Mion pounds away at me and stuffs me in the outhouse. The only thing written in that outline was, she gets dumped in the septic tank. The septic tank is beneath the outhouse, so it wasn't wrong at least. Apparently the author had envisioned her removing the lid of the septic tank and dropping her in with a splash. But then that became dumping her through the opening of the toilet, and since that opening isn't very large, she wouldn't just slip inside, so... That's how it became the famous scene where Rika-chan, who always acts in the shadows and steals the good parts with a smile and a me, or a nippa, gets bashed over and over again. Huh? If a famous scene or not aside, the author was taken aback but he wanted to make use of the surprising sense of intensity, so it got the all clear. I see. So even the author watched with surprise at the unexpected interpretation of his work. I always thought the authors knew everything about the production process and could tell which scene was which with their eyes closed by the time it ended up on TV. There was some of that as well, but I think it's really fun that even the author could be shocked. That's true. It wouldn't really be Higurashi if it couldn't shock the author himself. By the way, it ended with me as an incredible villain in that tale. So how am I supposed to face the rest of Hinamizawa now? Me. I don't think you need to pay it any mind. When I ask you to buy toilet paper, but you come home without buying any, I play out 8 or 9 ways to brutally murder you in my mind while I'm wiping my butt with printed straw paper. And then when I finally come out and you tell me, Rika, you take too long in the bathroom, I feel like I could easily waste 102 fragments on just bullying you. Nipa. That's kind of a dark joke. Same. My sis's incomprehensible nitpicking and insensitivity leave me so frustrating that I murder her 102 times in my mind every day. Everyone has things that irritate them, or that they can't tolerate, and we often vent like that by imagining how we'll get back at them. I don't think that's an unhealthy response, but, well, I'm not really one to talk either. But being part of Hinamizawa is learning what's important, learning to grow up. Besides, all of Gao and Satsu are Satoko's story. Whatever she does there or learns from then on, that's all up to her. Rika-chan just mentioned she'd waste 102 fragments in her imagination just bullying Satoko, right? But everyone can laugh it off because it's all just inside Rika-chan's head. The story of Go and Satu is nothing more than something Satoko imagined, if you ask me. If you animated what's inside my head, it would be quite impossible to broadcast on the air. I don't know how you enunciate the star. That's right, that's right. My imagination is incredible too. When I suffer an awful fate from your punishment games, my mind goes into making Mion and Shion change in Angel Mort outfits in front of me before I make them. And I have Rena. And then I have Rika-chan and Satoko. They can cry all they like. They'll all... Okay, you look kind of depressed. You look slightly, just ever so slightly miffed. Huh? Were we not just saying it's okay to do whatever you want in your imagination? You just made me question your humanity. K-chan? I think you should enjoy that by yourself in your head instead of voicing it out loud. I thought she was about to say, K-chan, I think you need therapy. If we had crime prevention buzzers in our era, they'd be all beeping and buzzing right now. Nipa. It's true that Sato caused countless tragedies and lots of fragments. Each of those was an unforgivable sin, I think. But I would still forgive her, because the fragment that she chose in the end was a world where everyone is happy, and both her and Rika-chan respected each other's choices. That's true. I agree with Mi-chan. What's matter is what we choose in the end. All the other hypotheticals leading up to that, those are just dreams. That's the same thing Hanyu said to me when returning to our original fragment during Saikaroshi, during Higurashi Rei. It might be a dream, or it might have actually taken place, But we're unable to make that distinction, so what matters is the world that we're all living in now. I still think I was a bit of a victim, being pulled around at Rika's whims. But as time passes and I continue to live in Hinamizawa without Rika, then maybe my thoughts will come to change. Hey author, is there going to be a future Higurashi game where it's a time skip? Where Satoko and Rika are both 22 and Keiichi's 25 and Shion and Mion, well, Keiichi and Ren are both 25 and Shion and Mion are 26. You know, I also think I went through awful experiences because of you. But as I live at St. Lucia's without you, then maybe my thoughts will come to change as well. It's up to everyone how they choose to interpret the story. That's right, we can't force anything on anyone, but when you do regain your spirit, I'll always be waiting here ready to accept you. Always being there for people like that is what being a friend, no, a best friend, is about. This has somehow gotten complicated. Satoko and I should have just punched each other and then talked it out from the start. Who knows? Though I'm sure all the twists and turns we took, where I vented everything festering in my heart, is what allowed me to be able to say how I really felt. I'm sure the fact that you two are practically close family actually made it harder to talk about. So in that sense, no matter how many tragic fragments it took, I don't think a single one was wasted in helping your mind mature. Thank you. I think I will take my time to think on it. No matter what happens, I'll always be your best friend, Satoko. Hey, Satoko! What's the matter? You're looking down. Everyone's all gathered together over here. We're having a sukiyaki party at Angel Mort. Then that's it for our club member only after party. It's time we joined up with everyone else. Satoshi-kun, look at you. You made it to Angel Mort all by yourself. Humph. Shion, how old do you think I am? You can have a seat, Nini. I'll get plenty of meat for you, so eat up and be happy. Spoiling Satoshi-kun is my job. Shall I chew the meat up for you? I'll bite it up and make it nice and soft. We should go too. Let's all eat up and keep working hard. Yeah, that's right. We club members are going to tear up the Reiwa era too. Fight on, okay? Rika! Your world will stay the same, forever and evermore. True. It will keep on going just like we wished, and will continue to change and grow just as we wished for. I won't be satisfied with just 20 years. I'm a 100-year-old witch, and I plan on keeping it up for another century. That's the spirit. Now it's time for you to go too. Go eat lots and lots, okay? We've all made it this far thanks to all of you, from the bottom of our hearts. We thank you very much. And we hope that you will all continue to support us as well. You know, I brought water up to drink, and I just completely forgot to drink any. Following contains references to new terms and trends from time, along with the excitement immediately following completion of the master copy, so please read it with forgiving eyes. I don't see Onikakushi, because Onikakushi was chapter 1, Watanagashi's chapter 2, Targaroshi's chapter 3. This was, I believe that's chapter 4, 5, 6, and of course we still needed to technically do 7 and 8. Now this was part of Higurashi Ray. This is the one where Rika got hit by a truck, and this is the one with Une. Is this the... Were energy drinks even real then? Neat. Hmm. Oh, yeah. That's depressing. Well, still glad you stuck through it, man. Understandable. I know I shouldn't be one to judge, but one. Also, I'm just saying it's. This actually reminds me a lot of that. Like, I remember seeing some of the risque stuff on. There was a website called newgrounds.com, and even if it still exists, I'm sure it's not anything like it used to be. But that was back when they were Flash software games. There was a program for computers called Flash, and people made video games with it. It was interesting, but that was the old school indie stuff. Imagine like Kiichi saying this. It is a shame that's not available for sale on Steam. You're welcome. And here's the thing, back when these people were making this game, the internet really wasn't a thing back then, if I remember correctly. Like, at least I didn't have internet. And I know when I eventually did get internet, it was dial-up. I really don't remember there being much in terms of websites, and after a couple years, you had stuff like Newgrounds. Neat. Oh, congratulations. Yeah, relatable. Huh. That's a lot of hard work. I'm sure that got better. Yeah. You can't multi-class like that. My scalp itches. Hmm. No. I would not be interested in that. I don't think it would. I still think this music's pretty good. Then again, I don't think I had any issues with any of the music they had.
You're welcome. Thank you for writing it. And thank you to all the people that worked with you. I skipped through that last one pretty fast, but I actually was able to read that in Higurashi Ray, so other stuff I've been skimming pretty quick. Just not reading it out loud. I still want you to make more, though. That is very good. Glad. Oh, didn't know you actually traveled that much. Neat. Yeah, I think it's perhaps one of the most influential ones out there. Yeah, it's a really good story. You wrote a very good story. Agreed. That is kind of depressing. I think it's a piece of all of us. I appreciate that you did. And I would say I'd also have some joy. Well, I hope you keep doing that for a very long time. I understand that you've already done quite a bit, and of course, things are asking quite a bit of you. But eventually, I do want you to make something new for Higurashi. No, I'm not. We're not expecting you to produce things in mass, one after the other in rapid succession. Like, I'm not expecting you to make a ton more. Or make stuff all the time. And I certainly don't want you to work yourself to death. Just want to say, I really enjoy the Higurashi stories you made. And I look forward to you eventually making at least one more. But not at the cost of your health. And not at the cost of the quality of the content. Yeah. I hope you do. That's a difficult question. Yeah, no one expects you to have to hit deadlines or produce a certain amount. And of course, there's much of your work that of other people that of other games I probably won't check out. I mean, honestly, maybe I'll check out Umaneko one day. But I think it's more so just I very greatly enjoyed the Higurashi story that you've written. So I'm simply being a bit greedy and insatiable by wanting more. Between the music, the art, the story. I place a lot of value in the estimation of how important I see what you've done is. I don't think anybody will ever forget you. And I think, especially Higurashi itself, will forever be a part of the anime and manga and visual novel community. As a centerpiece. I can't guarantee, however, like whatever new titles you make of other series, like Umaneko or anything, I can't guarantee I'll read those. Ever. But I do look forward to seeing you again in another Higurashi one day. And I'll at least look at what your new titles are, but no guarantees on me buying anything. It pains me I can't promise anything either. Well, I appreciate that. You certainly have a gift. Thank you. Obviously, I missed one. Okay, this must be the one I missed. Life gets busy. Deep fried tofu. Would that be good? We gotta have meat in it, of course. Drink some Mountain Dew.
Yeah, I know I kind of blurred through those things a bit. Okay, obviously I've missed another one somewhere. Okay, it's got to be this one. Good games. Huh. Never was good at that style of game. Oh, come off of it. Isn't that cheating? I can't say I liked using that style of gameplay. What do you mean types of moe? Okay, later guys.